Hola, buenos días. Querido viceconsejero Fidel, su director general Vicente Parras, directora general, también su director general Álvaro Muñoz, de internacionalización, y bueno, organizadores Eduardo y Nacho, que estáis por ahí. Pues nada, muy buenos días y buenos días a todos. Es un placer estar de nuevo en este South Summit, con todo lo que implica la vuelta a la normalidad, esto de vernos físicamente, vernos las caras, podernos saludar. Es un reto para todos y, en particular, para la organización de este magnífico evento anual. La Fundación Madrid+D, que depende de la Consejería de Ciencia, Universidades e Innovación, realiza, de la viceconsejería, la consejería es de Educación y Portavocía, realiza tareas de interés público relacionadas con innovación, el emprendimiento y la transferencia de tecnología, además de la acreditación de la calidad universitaria. Y nos sentimos perfectamente identificados con los objetivos del South Summit en su papel de dinamizador del ecosistema de emprendimiento de la Comunidad de Madrid. Además de varios programas de aceleración, entre los que se encuentran pues, el SABIC o Health Start, o redes de apoyo a las startups, red de mentores y de inversores, la Fundación Madrid+D inició en el 2020 el proceso de análisis del ecosistema de startups de Madrid, Startup Radar Madrid, para entender mejor e internacionalizar la información disponible sobre nuestras empresas y agentes. Además de la Fundación, que ya participa en las principales redes europeas relacionadas con el emprendimiento innovador, me refiero pues, a la EBN, a EBAN, EN, ESA, BIC, Galileo y Copernicus Masters, ha incorporado recientemente a la Comunidad de Madrid la red Scale para intercambiar información con los principales nodos europeos sobre metodologías, herramientas y programas de mayor impacto en el emprendimiento más innovador. Estos proyectos son la base para dar continuidad, de acuerdo con los objetivos de nuestra consejería, el trabajo en común con los agentes del ecosistema. Me refiero pues, a universidades, centros de investigación, aceleradoras y empresas, todo lo que es el ecosistema. Un primer paso en este sentido es la organización hoy de esta serie de mesas redondas bajo la denominación común Madrid Startup Region. Las 14 mesas redondas organizadas para la Consejería por la Fundación Madrid+D y el South Summit en el marco Madrid Startup Region reúnen hoy 60 ponentes con el objetivo de poner en común el conocimiento del ecosistema de startups madrileño desde diferentes perspectivas. Las startups, tenemos 2 mesas de empresas apoyadas por diferentes programas públicos, una mesa de startups de alto crecimiento, los generadores de conocimiento, 2 mesas con universidades y centros de investigación, los facilitadores de apoyo y servicio, 4 mesas con aceleradoras e incubadoras de 12 programas privados y corporaciones, los dinamizadores y la administración pública, una mesa de entidades enlace y una mesa de entidades públicas, y finalmente los inversores, con 2 mesas con inversores. Además, hoy tiene lugar el 6º encuentro anual de mentoring internacional Business Mentor Madrid, con presencia de mentores y redes de mentoring que intercambiarán información de actualidad sobre metodologías, aspectos críticos y evolución del mentoring en España y en países de nuestro entorno. Quiero agradecer su presencia a todos los ponentes y asistentes, tanto presenciales como los que nos estáis escuchando online, y espero que los contenidos y esta jornada sean de interés para todos. Y nada más, doy paso a Fidel Rodríguez Batalla, que es el viceconsejero de Universidades, Ciencia e Innovación de la Comunidad de Madrid. Y muchas gracias a todos. Fidel.
Muchísimas gracias, director. Muchísimas gracias, Federico. Ante todo, pues me gustaría también dar las gracias a los organizadores, como decían antes de ayer en otra sesión, creo que hay que dar las gracias al SAT Summit, a María Benjumí y a todo su equipo por haber hecho esto posible, porque yo creo que si algo caracteriza a Madrid, a la Comunidad de Madrid, a los madrileños en el fondo, a todos los que estamos operando cada día en esta región, pues yo creo que tan maravillosa, es que siempre intentamos dar lo mejor de nosotros mismos, y una de estas maneras ha sido intentar abrir y conjugar la salud con la economía e intentar abrir los espacios públicos lo antes posible, porque solo así somos capaces seguramente de volver a nuestra realidad y un poco a nuestra esencia, porque al final somos ciudadanos del mundo y la cultura latina pues necesitamos, ¿no?, vernos y tocarnos también para poder hacer hasta estos matching necesarios en el marco de las startups. El segundo punto, bueno, al equipo de la Consejería de Educación, de Universidad de Ciencia y Portavocía, la Viceconsejería de Universidad de Ciencia e Innovación, está la directora general y su equipo, así como a la Fundación Madrid Mardé, que representa al director Federico, pero a todo el equipo que habéis hecho posible que estemos todos aquí, a las universidades que os estoy viendo, INDEAS, empresas de base tecnológica y empresas con altísimo potencial tecnológico en la Comunidad de Madrid, y que la innovación sabemos todos que es el camino, ¿no?, junto con el conocimiento de frontera que desarrollamos en Madrid o que viene a Madrid desde otras regiones, seremos capaces, como ya decía Schumpeter, ya hace más de no sé cuántas décadas, de 6 décadas, pero que todavía sigue totalmente en nuestro mainstream de cada día, como la ciencia y la innovación serán esos factores determinantes que podamos hacer. Y luego todas las entidades de enlace que también estamos viendo con la convocatoria que tenemos en la Comunidad de Madrid, parques científicos, empresas entidades de enlace, asociaciones, ayuntamientos, también estoy viendo algunos en la sala y seguramente que nos están siguiendo. Gracias a todos, porque Madrid es una locomotora de ciencia, es una locomotora de innovación, pero como todas las locomotoras, ya sean de carbón, sean eléctricas o sean las que nos tengan que venir, todas necesitan de la energía diaria. La energía diaria que se basa en el talento humano, y es un talento que tenemos y que generamos en nuestras universidades, ¿no? Siempre me gusta decir que nuestro sistema madrileño de Universidad de Ciencia e Innovación, con esos 300.000 estudiantes que hay, con 16 universidades que operan ya en la Comunidad de Madrid, escuelas de negocios, centros de investigación públicos y privados, tenemos que empezar a pensar que nuestra competencia desde hace ya muchos años no está en qué somos frente a España. Muchas veces cuando se nos dice tenemos la inversión junto a Navarra de inversión en I+D sobre PIB, nosotros tenemos que competir con las grandes regiones del mundo, tenemos que mirarnos con Baviera, nos tenemos que ver con Oxfordshire, nos tenemos que ver con Boston, con el área grande de Boston, con esos puntos o regiones que en el mundo sueñan con ser líderes. Antes de ayer y hoy en Startup Radar Madrid +D vamos a ver un análisis muy bueno, enhorabuena a todo el equipo que lo ha hecho posible, donde vamos a ver cómo Madrid en todas las puntuaciones sale entre las 5 o 6 primeras de número de startups, número de deals, número de desinversiones, número de desinversiones de más de 100 millones de euros, número al final de actividades en el marco del startup. Y por todo ello hemos entendido que Madrid, que lo tiene todo, como ha dicho muy bien el director, tenemos a los ventures, tenemos las aceleradoras e incubadoras y tenemos a los emprendedores y las startups. No tenemos por menos que la Administración y todos los entes que operamos de una forma como esos electrones que van generando las órbitas, vamos al final en torno al núcleo, que son las startups. Tenemos que de alguna forma trabajar para poner en valor muchas de las cosas que tenemos, cosas que teníamos previstas hacer y otras muchas que es donde abrimos el debate público a todos vosotros. ¿Qué nos sugerís que hagamos? La Administración pública aquí en la Comunidad de Madrid no queremos ser una traba, sino todo lo contrario, queremos ser un trampolín de la ilusión, de la creatividad, de las ideas, de todas aquellas personas que sueñan con un mundo distinto. Y yo creo que el mundo emprendedor, si algo tiene, sobre todo, a mí me gusta decirlo mucho, me lo enseñó mi profesor, Isidro Pablo, catedrático de la Universidad Autónoma de Madrid, que está aquí, cuando al final nos decía que ser emprendedor es una actitud ante la vida. Al final, crear una empresa es algo que viene después, pero lo que necesitamos es mucha gente emprendedora al final en nuestra sociedad. Y en parte las startups necesitan emprendedores que las creen, pero necesitan emprendedores que las dirijan, necesitan emprendedores que inviertan, pero también necesitan de alguna manera, una administración emprendedora que escuche, que haga cosas que acierte o que se confunda, porque es parte de la esencia de emprender, pero que sepamos pivotar entre todos de una forma rápida. Para ello hemos puesto un nombre, una marca de Madrid Startup Region, con la idea fundamentalmente de abrir un proceso de debate, de diálogo, de forma conjunta, donde todas las consejerías de la Comunidad de Madrid, de forma conjunta, economía, digitalización, nosotros y todas aquellas consejerías que se quieran unir, pero también los municipios, el Ayuntamiento de Madrid, fundamentalmente por el tamaño que tiene y por la actividad que ya tiene en esta actividad, pero también los grandes municipios como pueden ser Alcalá de Henares, Pozuelo, Móstoles, Getafe, Alcobendas. Queremos hablar con todos porque al final el Gran Madrid, que podemos decir de alguna manera, es al final una potencia económica en sí misma, en el marco de España obviamente, pero el marco de Europa. Yo creo sinceramente muchísimo en los territorios, creo muchísimo en las ciudades. Ya también hace 3 o 4 décadas Richard Florida nos decía que la clase creativa vive en esas regiones, en esas ciudades que les dan muchas variables, una es el trabajo, pero otras también tiene que ver con el desarrollo profesional de tu familia, de tus hijos, y Madrid lo tiene todo para convertirnos o afianzar en lo que ya somos, un gran nodo de innovación, de universidades, de talento y, claro, también de creación económica y, en este caso, de startups. Por eso hemos puesto esta marca, simplemente para hacer una llamada de que queremos ayudar. Y lo vamos a hacer desde la Fundación Madrid +D, constituyendo una oficina de impulso del sistema madrileño de Universidad de Ciencia e Innovación, que en los próximos días seguro iréis conociendo más noticias, no solo en startups. Queremos trabajar con todo el sistema en todas aquellas medidas que podamos realmente impulsarles a las universidades, apoyándoles en su estrategia de universidades europeas, rankings, ayuda a la formación continua y a lo largo de la vida, que lo están demandando, en la digitalización y en las enseñanzas digitales que tienen que ver con nuestros alumnos universitarios, pero también con nuestra red de INDEAS, ayudarles con nuevos mecanismos de transferencia, de que se acerquen más, de alguna manera, a las empresas, a la sociedad y a las industrias. Y desde nuestro punto de la innovación están las startups, pero también queremos trabajar con los fondos que nos dicen que quieren invertir en TLRs más bajos. Hoy en día tener una tecnología en un TLR5, un TLR6, no tiene problemas, si es buena, de encontrar financiación. Pero queremos trabajar, porque se viene trabajando ya desde la Consejería vía Madrid +D, en operaciones más de TLRs 3, TLRs 4, que sabemos que tienen alguna dificultad. Incluso en TLRs 2 también nos interesan, sobre todo en el marco de los campos estratégicos. Nosotros tenemos ahora mismo 3 estrategias encima de la mesa que estamos desarrollando, y en los próximos meses todos vosotros tendréis la oportunidad de tenerlas en vuestras manos. Una es el Plan Regional de Investigación Científica e Innovación Tecnológica, el PRICIT, para el año 25. La siguiente será la antigua RIS3, la Estrategia de Inteligencia de la Región, ¿no?, que antes era RIS3, ahora se llamará la S3 de la Unión Europea para la Comunidad de Madrid, con horizonte 2027, y todo ello bajo el paraguas de la Estrategia Madrileña de Investigación e Innovación 2030. Ahí las startups tendrán un peso muy importante, y lo que queremos es que al final, que entre todos, como he dicho, abrir esta consulta, trabajar en grupos de trabajo todos conjuntamente, y a ver si dentro de 3 o 4 meses podemos realmente presentar un gran proyecto estratégico desde la Comunidad de Madrid con todos los agentes, que sea el Madrid Startup Region. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. What a wonderful way to open proceedings. Hello and welcome to Madrid Startup Region. Today is where we celebrate the region of Madrid and we look at all the amazing potential, the amazing history, as we just heard from that wonderful opening keynote from Fidel and Federico. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together one more time to say thank you to our amazing keynote speakers, Federico and Fidel. Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and today we're celebrating Madrid, the region of innovation. It's a real honor to be here. My name is Oisín Lunny. I'm a podcast host for Fortune 500 companies, an event MC, a journalist. And in my past, I've worked for many tech companies, some of whom were based in Madrid. And I was always impressed when I came to Madrid by the great people, the great culture, and the great energy of innovation that exists in this wonderful city. So it's wonderful to be here. We're going to take a deep dive into what makes this innovation region and this startup region tick. Who's behind it? Who are the main players? How can you take advantage of it? How can we build the ecosystem? How can we make some magic happen from Madrid? So we've just heard there about the objectives of Madrid's startup region, its amazing position in the world as a hub for innovation and for entrepreneurship. And now you're going to learn who's who in the ecosystem. We've got a very special panel now, and we're going to look at the needs of the startup related to innovation, internationalization and investment. Where can you find the right innovation about the regional ecosystem? And more importantly, who can help you? Who do you need to know? You are about to find out. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to our moderator for the next session, who is the head of Unit Entrepreneurship at Madrid +D. Please welcome to the stage, Eduardo Diaz. Thank you, muchas gracias. And we will also welcome his guests to come on. The Deputy Director of Innovation, Comunidad de Madrid, Vicente Parras. Welcome to the stage. Thank you. Joining him and them is going to be the Analyst of Intelligence Unit at Deal Room, Laura Rodriguez. Welcome, Laura.
No. Really.
Oops, okay, pardon, maybe not. We run a tight ship here. And also the Deputy Director of Internationalization and Digitization, Comunidad de Madrid. Please welcome Álvaro Muñoz.
Thank you.
There we go, okay, muy bien. The stage is yours, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. You're welcome. Pues muchas gracias a todos por estar aquí hoy en esta mesa que es de apertura, ¿no?, de esta serie de mesas que tendremos hoy. Tal como nos comentaban al principio Federico y Fidel, ¿no?, Rodríguez, hablaremos todo el día sobre el ecosistema madrileño de startups. Ahora hablaremos en español, todo el día será en inglés. Y bueno, es un lujo tener a dos subdirectores generales de la Comunidad de Madrid aquí y a Laura González, que ella es analista de datos internacionales en Deal Room, ¿no? Contamos con Vicente Parras, que es su director general de Innovación Tecnológica, y con Álvaro Muñoz, que es su director general de Internacionalización y Digitalización de la Comunidad de Madrid. Y en ambos casos nos van a poner al día sobre programas y sobre cómo ven ellos la internacionalización, la innovación, la búsqueda de inversión por parte de las startups que se dirigen a los programas públicos que se gestionan desde la propia Comunidad de Madrid. Yo quería comenzar, pues, tal vez por la parte de innovación. Tenemos muchísima información recogida en Startup Radar Madrid +D sobre entidades, startups, universidades. También hay muchos informes que se publican sobre la innovación disponible para las startups, pues en estudios como los de El Referente, la revista Emprendedores. Tenemos también estudios del propio Ayuntamiento de Madrid, el informe de viveros de Funcas es muy interesante también, u otros informes también. MIDE, por ejemplo, la entidad de enlace, recoge mucha información también sobre las ayudas públicas, la Fundación Madrid +D. Incluso algunos informes más genéricos como el de GEM, Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, que se presentará después, sobre el emprendimiento en general, o de la Fundación BBVA, de Ecotec. En relación con todos estos organismos que facilitan la innovación a las startups, yo quería preguntar a Vicente qué necesidades suelen tener las startups cuando se acercan a los programas públicos de apoyo a la innovación, a los programas, a las incubadoras. Y también, bueno, como responsable de programas desde la propia Consejería de Ciencia, Universidades e Innovación, ¿qué habéis detectado o qué nos podéis contar, ¿no?, sobre las propias necesidades, ¿no?
Sí, gracias, Eduardo. Bueno, pues la verdad, además, curiosamente, hace poco estamos ahora elaborando el nuevo Plan Regional de Ciencia y Tecnología, y hemos tenido una serie de mesas sectoriales o temáticas para ver esto, y en una que había de emprendimiento, ahí seleccionamos no tanto startups, había alguna, pero sobre todo empresas que tenían entre 5 y 15 años, con lo cual ahora tienen bastante más claro qué es lo que hubieran necesitado en el momento de empezar. Y curiosamente la financiación no es de las cosas que nos pidieron más. Sí, es verdad que tenemos líneas de financiación, tenemos una línea expresa para financiar, para subvencionar startups, está Neotech de Cedeti, está la red de Business Angels vuestra que gestiona la fundación, pero lo que más nos pidieron, lo que más habían hecho en falta es una buena red de acompañamiento. Normalmente el que tiene una startup se encuentra muy perdido cuando empieza y necesita pues o bien la orientación o bien que en el tejido regional haya un buen sistema de apoyo y de encontrar, pues nos planteaban cosas como gente de una empresa muy tecnológica, de hecho tiene equipos metidos en misiones de la Agencia Espacial Europea, que a la hora de buscar tecnologías que se están desarrollando en el sistema científico madrileño, era dificilísimo encontrarlas porque no había un sistema bueno de búsqueda. Apoyo legal, yo he visto también alguna startup que con una asesoría un poco dudosa les han hecho algún traje y han terminado perdiendo la empresa. Entonces, lo que más nos piden casi más es más acompañamiento que financiación. Y yo creo que otra necesidad clara que es lo que acompañamiento para llevarlas al mercado, porque al final una empresa lo que tiene que hacer es vender y producir y vender. Tenemos programas para eso, ya os digo que hay una línea específica de ayudas a startup. Las subvenciones están muy bien, al que se la das le pegas un fuerte apoyo, porque es dinero a fondo perdido, pero la subvención al final nunca hay suficiente para todos. Tenemos el ratio de éxito, hombre, no somos en los programas europeos de instrumento PYME y demás, que están en torno al 10%, que financian un 10% de las solicitudes que llegan. Nosotros estamos en torno a cerca de un 30%, que es bastante más, pero sigue siendo bajo. Y tenemos también una línea que sirve para acompañar al mercado, que estamos obligando ahora mismo en proyectos grandes de consorcios en que hay empresas grandes, obligamos a que incluyan alguna startup en el proyecto, que es una forma de que... Bueno, ahí la startup normalmente apoya las ideas disruptivas, pero al estar metidos en estos consorcios es fácil que lleguen a mercado, pues son proyectos muy orientados al mercado. Y la otra pata, que es la del acompañamiento, hemos empezado con este programa de entidades de enlace, que lo que se trata es de apoyar a entidades que ya están en el tejido, en la región, haciendo cosas de este tipo. Están incubadoras, aceleradoras, asociaciones empresariales, y ahí, pues digamos que están desde las startups que se generan en las propias universidades o en otros sitios y que tienen programa de aceleración. Y la idea es tejer una red de tal forma que cualquiera que tenga una idea encuentre en el tejido madrileño un punto de apoyo y un punto donde pueda encontrar este tipo de soluciones. Nos queda ir más allá, que es, ahora que tenemos ya las entidades pues más o menos identificadas y financiadas, esta jornada de hoy es un ejemplo de este programa. Colaboramos con el South Summit para desarrollar este tipo de eventos. Pues el siguiente paso que estamos dando y que estamos apoyando en la Fundación y a través de la oficina del programa Impulso que ha comentado antes el viceconsejero, pues generar una red de redes de tal forma que, y luego que hablaremos luego, una de las ventajas que tiene Madrid es que hay mucho y mucho de todo, entonces si conseguimos enlazar todo eso yo creo que será una cosa buena. Estamos empezando, pues estos nuevos programas, llevamos 3 años con ellos, y yo creo que vamos cada vez a mejor, o eso espero, ¿no?
Sí, estupendo. Sí, fantásticas iniciativas, ¿no? Y que todos estamos también esperando, ¿no?
Y luego están las iniciativas, ¿no?, de la Fundación, que claro, ya veréis luego toda la red de mentores, sí, y la red y programas como ESAVIC o Health Star, que ya están más rodados que estos nuevos programas y que que son fantásticos, ¿eh?
Muy bien. Quería, en relación con no tanto ya con los programas de apoyo a la innovación, sino ya más la internacionalización, la inversión incluso, ¿no?, en los que tú eres experto, Álvaro, también nos puedas contar. Bueno, tenemos mucha información también, igual que en el otro caso, información disponible en muchas fuentes, también en Startup Radar Madrid +D, pues también hemos recogido en los informes anuales, pues basándonos en fuentes como Crunchbase, Dealroom, la Fundación Bankinter o el Referente, ¿no? Pues toda esta información la hemos agrupado, pero hay también muchos informes como los de la Red ASCRI o entidades de capital riesgo internacionales, ¿no? Yo te quería preguntar, cuando las startups también se acercan a vosotros buscando financiación y ahora mismo en la ventanilla única de internacionalización, ese apoyo para la internacionalización, ¿dónde es necesario incidir más, ¿no? ¿En qué aspectos o en qué debilidades, ¿no?, hace falta incidir más desde la propia Administración?
Sí, nada, muchas gracias. Bueno, la Ventanilla Única de Internacionalización es una oficina de apoyo, de asesoramiento a todos aquellos interesados en la promoción exterior. Y sobre todo tenemos dos tipos de público en la ventanilla. Por una parte, empresas industriales, empresas que son más del entorno de la Comunidad de Madrid, de ciudades medias como Getafe, Alcalá de Henares, que tienen gente ya especializada en internacionalización a través, pero que requiere de más apoyo, que requiere a lo mejor de programas específicos donde juntamos digitalización con internacionalización, y tenemos así algunos programas para ayudarles a entrar, por ejemplo, en plataformas B2B. Y por otra parte, tenemos otro público que además está más focalizado en lo que es Madrid ciudad, que son los emprendedores, los autónomos, que muchas veces llegan a la ventanilla y llegan con todo el desconocimiento, con muchas dudas. Entonces, desde la ventanilla, como nos gusta decir, nosotros somos como el médico de cabecera, que llegas al médico de cabecera, hacemos un primer análisis de la situación y bien resolvemos las dudas que tengan, y para cuestiones mayores, por ejemplo, de financiación, de programas específicos, recurrimos al especialista, ya sea bien al ICEX, a CESTE, a COFIDES, donde desde allí les pueden dar un tratamiento más específico, sea en lo relativo a lo mejor a financiación o a determinados sectores. Entonces, esto es lo que tenemos, lo que hacemos desde la ventanilla, que, como bien señalabas, es más promoción de exportaciones, y también, como decías antes, tenemos otro pilar de la internacionalización, que es la atracción de inversiones, que esto lo ejercemos a través de Invest in Madrid, una entidad a través de la cual cooperamos, trabajamos en todo lo que tiene que ver con atracción tanto de nuevas empresas, de startups, pero también de otros agentes que tengan interés en invertir en Madrid y en formar parte del ecosistema de innovación y emprendimiento de la comunidad.
Muy bien. ¿Y alguna necesidad concreta de las startups que se acercan a buscar internacionalización? ¿Algún tema que les preocupe especialmente?
Bueno, yo creo que, como decía Vicente, muchas veces el problema no está tanto en la financiación, sino en el acompañamiento. Bien. O sea, en que te llegan allí, lo que quieren sobre todo es que les des un camino, que les despejes dudas, que les ayudes sobre todo a situar quiénes son los agentes. Sobre todo es más, yo creo que ese acompañamiento, ese asesoramiento inicial.
Sí, es fantástico, fantástico. Muchas gracias. Saber que pueden contar con vuestro apoyo también en el ámbito de la internacionalización. Bien, pues voy a hacerle una pregunta a Laura Rodríguez, que nos está viendo desde París, ¿no? Creo que estás hoy, ¿no? Aunque las oficinas de Deal Room centrales están en Holanda. Laura es experta en análisis de información sobre ecosistemas de innovación internacionales. Yo quería preguntarte, antes de nada, Laura, por el caso de Madrid, ¿no? Si nos puedes dar unos datos sobre las características o la evolución del ecosistema de Madrid en algún aspecto, por ejemplo, en inversión, en exits, en atracción de inversión internacional. Tal vez tú puedas darnos esa visión global, ¿no? y relativa, ¿no?, respecto a lo que sucede en otros lugares del mundo.
Sí, perfecto. Bueno, para empezar, muchísimas gracias por la invitación. Y bueno, un poco acerca de Deal Room. Deal Room fue fundada en 2013 en Ámsterdam. Nosotros somos un proveedor de datos de startups, empresas en crecimiento y ecosistemas tecnológicos en Europa y en el mundo. Nosotros trabajamos con inversores, emprendedores y organizaciones gubernamentales alrededor del mundo para proporcionar lo que es transparencia, análisis e información sobre la actividad de capital de riesgo. Ahora bien, en España, la inversión de capital de riesgo en el primer semestre de este año creció 2.8 veces con respecto al primer semestre del 2020. Principalmente este crecimiento fue dado por la inversión de Barcelona y Madrid. Las startups madrileñas han recibido hasta el tercer trimestre de este año 950 millones de euros, lo que es una cifra récord, y en realidad se espera que para el final de año la inversión total sea de 1.3 billones de euros. Ahora, con respecto a esta cifra mencionada, El 23% corresponde a lo que es en una etapa temprana, la inversión en una etapa temprana, es decir, rondas de presemilla, semilla y series A. El 27% corresponde a lo que son series B y C y un 50% son las rondas de financiación mayores a 100 millones de euros. Esas rondas son las que son recibidas por Job and Talent y Capchase. Ahora bien, si comparamos esta última cifra con respecto a años anteriores, donde en realidad no se habían dado este número de rondas tan grandes, significa que de algún modo el ecosistema madrileño está madurando un poco y aún así hay bastante potencial y oportunidad para las startups en crecimiento. Ahora bien, ¿quién está financiando realmente estas rondas de capital? El capital invertido en Madrid es dominado principalmente por inversores españoles y europeos. Los inversores españoles han invertido el 45% del total de la inversión del 2016 hasta lo que vamos de transcurrido del 2021. Inversores europeos no españoles cuentan con un 24%, inversores americanos 19% y el resto del mundo 13%. Es decir, un 69% del total de capital invertido en Madrid viene por parte de inversores europeos. Esto significa que hay una gran oportunidad aún para atraer aún más capital internacional y seguir desarrollando el talento en Madrid. Bueno, por otro lado, el ecosistema madrileño ha aumentado 8 veces su valor desde el 2015. Es decir, pasó de 3 billones de euros a lo que hoy suman 22 billones de euros. Y adicionalmente, a lo que vamos del 2021, ha sido un año récord en valor total de las empresas madrileñas en exits. De un total de 10 billones de euros, principalmente 7 billones de euros corresponden a lo que es exits vía IPO de all funds. 400 billones de euros corresponden a lo que son las adquisiciones, por ejemplo, por parte de BP, BioSearch Life y otras empresas. Y aquí es importante mencionar el primer exit vía SPAC IPO en Madrid, que corresponde a lo que es Coder Online. Y bueno, para concluir un poco, realmente Madrid no está corto en innovación y hay mucho potencial para los emprendedores. Exits de empresas como lo que es Idealista, 20 Technologies, PlayGigas y Cover Wallet, y esto solo por mencionar algunas, demuestran que realmente Madrid está generando historias de éxito y esto ayuda a poner aún más el ecosistema madrileño en ojos del resto del mundo.
Fantástico. Pues, son buenas noticias, ¿no?, respecto a la evolución reciente, ¿no? Y entiendo que es una tendencia también global, ¿no?, el incremento en el capital riesgo en otros lugares de Europa, ¿verdad?, y del mundo. ¿Es así?
Sí, es verdad.
Sí. ¿Hay alguna otra tendencia que te gustaría destacar en 10 segundos? ¿Algún tema concreto, no sé, de atracción de talento? ¿Algún tema que observéis en Dealroom a nivel internacional? ¿En otros ecosistemas también maduros?
Sí, bueno, para empezar, en la inversión de capital...
Tenemos muy poquito tiempo, tal vez en 30 segundos, vale. y danos un par de ideas y terminamos con la mesa.
Bueno, primero que todo, lo que hemos transcurrido del 2021 ha sido un año récord globalmente. Europa ha demostrado que ha crecido en tasas de crecimiento de inversión, aún más que Estados Unidos, China y Asia. Y adicionalmente, en nuestros estudios hemos concluido que la creación de empleo en startups europeas corresponden a un 10% de la creación de empleo en países como Ámsterdam, en ciudades como Ámsterdam, Berlín y Países Bajos. Y esto quiere decir que las startups aún tienen mucho potencial de seguir aportando a una economía y seguir creciendo internacionalmente.
Bien, pues también es una buena noticia que tengamos ya claro, ¿no?, cuál es el potencial real del mundo emprendedor, ¿no?, y que podamos centrar nuestros esfuerzos, ¿no?, entiendo, en el apoyo a crecimiento en términos de empleo, ¿no? Ya para terminar la mesa, quería hacer una única pregunta tanto para Vicente como para Álvaro, en relación justamente con esta visión internacional, ¿no?, de atracción también de talento. ¿Cómo veis, en qué aspectos creéis que la Comunidad de Madrid se diferencia o es un polo de atracción de talento internacional? ¿Qué aspectos destacaríais, ¿no?, de la Comunidad de Madrid como lugar de referencia para otros emprendedores del mundo que están viniendo de Latinoamérica, de otros lugares de Europa también y de España? ¿Qué destacaríais en 2 palabras, ¿no?, muy brevemente?
Bueno, es un tema que daría para hablar.
Ya sé que 2 palabras es imposible, pero...
de suelo, yo creo que todavía hay suelo para ocupar con oficinas tecnológicas y con buenas infraestructuras tecnológicas en Madrid. Yo resaltaría 2 cosas fundamentales. Una, el dinamismo. Ahora estamos trabajando con una consultora del norte de España en una cosa, y nos dicen que les llama la atención, cuando vienen por Madrid, la cantidad de gente nueva que se está continuamente incorporando al sistema. Otra es el puente con Latinoamérica. Dentro de algunos de los proyectos de esta entidad de enlace están trabajando profundamente en eso. Somos un puente natural que yo creo que es muy aprovechable y que se está aprovechando. Y por último tenemos un sistema científico y un sistema universitario muy potente. No sé en los rankings cómo están, porque no sé muy bien cómo se calculan. Pero hay una generación de conocimiento en Madrid enorme y una generación de talento, porque están saliendo con un montón de egresados todos los años y entonces se genera mucho talento y mucho conocimiento. Y el conocimiento como materia prima además presenta una peculiaridad, y aquí tenemos a un catedrático de economía, que es que normalmente los recursos naturales o las materias primas, cuanto más se utilizan, se van gastando y las tienes que importar. El conocimiento, en cambio, cuanto más se usa, más se genera. Entonces, con lo cual, yo creo que como materia prima es una cosa fantástica. Perdona que me como tú.
Bueno, yo destaco, coincido contigo, y destaco sobre todo que Madrid lo que tiene es que es un mercado muy importante, donde existen muchos actores, muchas empresas importantes, y eso al final hace que surjan ahí en las relaciones entre empresas, entre universidad, entre los agentes, es donde surgen las ideas, surgen las misiones, los problemas, y es ahí donde nacen, es el terreno propicio para las startups y scale-ups.
Estupendo. Pues muchas gracias por las aportaciones. Bien, con esto finalizamos esta mesa y bueno, continuamos dentro de unos minutos con la presentación de los 2 informes que nos ocupan hoy, y continuaremos después toda la mañana y toda la tarde hasta las 5 de la tarde con las mesas de esta serie Madrid Startup Region, que una marca, una idea que surge recientemente y que vamos a impulsar entre todos, y no me cabe ninguna duda. Muchas gracias por estar aquí hoy y nada más.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Bueno, tú te quedas allá, ¿no?
Yo no sé si...
¿Pero no crees que saquen la butaca primero?
Wonderful, wonderful stuff. Right, so now we all know who's who in the ecosystem. How wonderful. Okay, there is a bit of a truism in business that to improve something, you need to measure it, to know what's going on, to know how you can iterate and do better next time and meet the needs of your customers. So data metrics is perhaps the foundational building block of any great business. And this really applies in the wonderful startup region of Madrid that we're all here to celebrate today. And our next session is going to look at some amazing measurement tools and reports. We're going to meet the Madrid Startup Hub, Startup Radar, and Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. And joining us on stage today to present the 2 most recent and complete reports on innovative entrepreneurship in the region are, please welcome to the stage, the Startup Radar Madrid Más Day Coordinator, Eduardo Díaz. Welcome, Eduardo. Gracias. Welcome back. Muy bien. Gracias. Bienvenidos. And joining Eduardo is the director of the Entrepreneurship Observatory, or GEM, their Madrid coordinator. Please welcome to the stage Isidro de Pablo. Thank you. Welcome, Isidro. The stage is yours, gentlemen.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, we're going to I'm going to start with the Startup Radar report, making a very short presentation of some results that can be found at the Deal Room platform. So most of them can be analyzed by you. I'm going to try to go ahead with the presentation. Where should I point out? Oh, sorry, it was behind. Could you please help me to go back? I was looking at that presentation, so, okay? Okay, now that's it. Thank you. So we should highlight about the international position of Madrid in terms both of size, in number of scale-ups, and the 5th position in Europe in number of scale-ups and startups, the 4th position in terms of venture capital investment rounds. I would also like to highlight that Madrid being the 6th place among European cities with the most promising prospects for entrepreneurship, for startups, for technology, for innovation, according to the Financial Times FDI report, which is published every year. And in that report, Madrid is gaining positions in this international place as a reference for other entrepreneurs to establish their businesses. Also important to say the advantages of Madrid for other entrepreneurs, like having a wide ecosystem, or advantages like being the European bridge between Europe and Latin America, also for employment in the high-tech sector, or for concentrating a big number of multinational corporations that we will see just in a few slides. So the number of startups is growing, but also the number of scale-ups, and that allows us to venture that in a few years we will have more unicorns, more future unicorns, which is something that still is a bit different and is growing in the last years. The number of startups grows every year. Every year we have more innovative startups, so it's very good news for us. And those created between 2011 and 2015 are those with the highest or with the best, the most successful in terms of investment. So they concentrate most of the value also. We see in the graph, it's about 9.1 billion euro that they concentrate in the startups created in these years. That's mainly in the sectors of fintech, health tech, enterprise software, mobility, marketing, job recruitment, real estate. We have seen a very, very positive evolution in the last years. And for example, mobility concentrates in the last investments were very, very high and very important in this sector. Also important to talk about the diversity of Madrid. Madrid has very high or fast-growing startups almost in every sector. We have rising stars in fintech, health tech, mobility. We have 4 unicorns, as you know. It's Allfunds, Cabify, Idealista, and Copado. Now, at this moment, are companies with a valuation with more than 1 billion euro. But almost in any sector, we have rising stars that will become or could become in some way future unicorns. So that's also good news for all of us. Let's talk a bit about jobs, about employment. Considering the more than 30,000 employment jobs created by Madrid companies, we can say that the older companies, the older grown-up companies, are those that create most of the employment, with an average of 37 employees per company. The youngest companies have an average of about 7, but they create most of the incremental jobs. That's normal. The youngest grow more than the oldest. But it's very important that they have grown a lot since 2019, before the COVID crisis. So it's something that we can discuss, but also good news. A small number of companies, of about 60 companies, concentrate more or less 35% of value and about 50% of jobs. It could seem very high or too high, but it isn't. In fact, other ecosystems which are more mature or with more unicorns than Madrid concentrate a higher proportion of value and jobs in an even smaller number of companies. So it's something that could even evolve in the future, concentrating more jobs and value into in a smaller group of companies. And, well, the average number of employees is of 13. Since 2019, the employment has grown in most of the sectors, so it's also very good news. Most of the sectors have recovered from the crisis, from the COVID crisis. Only a few sectors, you can see in the third graph, the growth in jobs is between 15% and 60%, and only a limited number of sectors like travel, like tourism, haven't still recovered yet, but we expect them to recover in the next months. So this is also a trend. Concerning venture capital investments, in the last, since 2015, the sectors that have received the most investment have been transportation, enterprise software, jobs recruitment, and fintech. And as said at the beginning, some aspects to be highlighted in Madrid are the number of exits. That's a representation of the success of the investment. If exits are good, it means that the companies behind and the investments have been well selected, that there is a good critical mass behind. Also, the new funds raised by local venture capitals are in a good position, the number of funding rounds. The number, not the total investment. The total investment should still improve in the next years, and for that it's very important to attract also foreign investors, as Laura said, that they are becoming more and more important in Madrid, also in many other places. Madrid has, venture capital investment in Madrid has reached a record. In fact, this graph that I'm showing is from June, but now the results for 2021 is much higher, is much better, and this increasing in investment comes from, in a big proportion, from international investors, as we can see in this graph. And these international investors are especially important in these late stage phases. For example, rounds with more than 100 million euros, 96 or 90-something% of these investments come from international investors. So it's especially important in those late-stage phases. Just to finish, I'm going to show two pictures about the ecosystem, the support ecosystem. Madrid concentrates a big number of private accelerators, incubators, working places, including also corporates, but also public institutions like universities, research centers, and all these, especially these, the last ones, are the home or the origin of more than 300 spin-offs in sectors like health, energy, engineering, or in technologies like artificial intelligence, deep learning, big data. And very important to say that the deep tech companies in which Madrid has a big potential, most of them, the best ones, because many companies are classified as deep tech, but the truth is that many of them shouldn't be classified as that, because they are using artificial intelligence, but they are not really doing research in that sense. So if we focus on the really important deep tech companies, about 75% of them come from these public institutions, universities, R&D institutions, parks, hospitals, and many of them are addressing, in fact, sustainable development goals like innovation, health, industry, etc. So it's a really important thing to know and to focus helping these deep tech companies also. Well, that's more or less all. But before finishing, I would like to thank all the knowledge partners that are helping us to update the information on the deal room, on the Startup Radar Madrid+D deal room platform, universities, R&D institutions, hospitals, science parks, and also all the incubators that are updating constantly the information. That allows us to have a database as accurate as possible. At this moment, it's much more than what we had 1 year or 2 years ago. And I would like to especially thank the 13 knowledge partners that have been collaborating with us, updating the landscapes. Landscapes are graphical representations of companies in different sectors. We have, they are creating 11 landscapes of sectors like startups in deep tech, in artificial intelligence, in edtech. And these graphs, these graphical representations will be shown this afternoon, I think, in the different roundtables that we are going to have, the different panels. And if you have time and you wish to find how these landscapes work, I encourage you to attend and see how it is. It's a great work from their side. Well, thank you very much, and I give way to Isidro. I don't know how is time. I think it's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Eduardo. Well, I'm turning to another point, another area, and let me share with you a study we conducted in Madrid region on the yearly version of a 20-year span time in which we have been studying the entrepreneurial phenomenon all around the world. I am a part of a global team of about 3,000 researchers in 20 countries. No, in 75 countries, and we conduct field research studies about the entrepreneurial phenomenon, both at international, national, regional, and local level. I'm going to share with you some results related to the field work done right after the COVID pandemic we are overcoming. First, okay. You can find our publications in this website, and in case anybody else needs some additional information, I'll be glad to share with you later on. Well, let's go to some findings, some results. First, we used the TIA indicator. TIA stands for Total Entrepreneurial Activity Index, which we use to measure this phenomenon all around the world with the same methodology and simultaneous field work. We measure different dimensions. First, we have the female and male attitudes towards entrepreneurship, and we find that in Madrid, and in Spain in general, mostly in advanced countries, the male entrepreneurship is above the female one. However, it is very satisfactory to share with you that in Madrid, these two indicators are converging into the same direction. Some backs and downs, etc., but everything is going as we would like. However, there's been a drop in the index due to COVID. We're usually in the 7-something, but this year we dropped to 5.8. Still ahead of the average of Spain. We also measured the motivations to become an entrepreneur. Basically, they were necessity or opportunity. Most advanced economies go for the opportunity driver, but we wanted to go a little bit deeper, and we found those 4 indicators making a difference in the world, which is something very attractive and very sensitive for young people and young entrepreneurs and advanced societies in general. And then we have generate wealth and a great income, carry on family tradition, etc. We find that Madrid's profile falls within those profiles proper of advanced societies. We usually go for impacting the world and making a living. But this year specifically has meant a shift that I will go into sometime later. Well, this graphic reflects the results of the interviews we made to experts and observers of the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have 12 indicators, and in the case of Madrid, we have a clear advantage, even comparing to the European Union with respect to infrastructure and services. We are really good at that. But we have a deficit in financing. We also have a certain perception of disadvantage in international market dynamics, probably due to the pandemic. And we also have a long way to go in terms of diffusing entrepreneurial values and knowledge within the educational system, particularly in primary and secondary education. Then we have the analysis of TIA, total earning entrepreneurial activity. We differentiate different phases in the entrepreneurial process, from potential to consolidator and maybe exiting. Let's concentrate on these two indicators, potential and registered. Potential entrepreneurship is referring to those people in the population. We're referring to general population, not necessarily high-tech entrepreneurs, who dream of becoming an entrepreneur or who think that entrepreneurial would be a solution for their future. Well, we see that the profile is different compared to those who actually start a business. Those are registered as entrepreneurs and are working, creating jobs, etc. We have differentiated 5 areas in the Madrid region. The capital and the north, east, south, and west. And the profiles are different. Why? Usually, the south and east, they perceive the need and or the anxiety or the dream to become an entrepreneur, but they don't actually do it. Maybe because of socioeconomic and cultural barriers. However, the capital and the north are more proactive. They usually are more aware of opportunities and really go for them more consistently. However, the west is more consistent. They really plan. They are more professional, educated people. We have more resources, and when they see an opportunity, they go for it and they fulfill it. However, there are differences as to gender in the different zones, particularly in the south. In the south, women are more prone to become an entrepreneur than men. It's surprising, but it is also due to sociocultural and economic reasons. There is a need to survive, to make a living, and they are more prone to do something on their own than men do. Going deeper into motivation for entrepreneuring, we have the 4 items I mentioned before. And however, because of the pandemic, there has been a shift, a striking shift in what people think and what people do. In general, young entrepreneurs, new entrepreneurs, they are more motivated to create wealth or a very high income and make a difference in the world. They really want to change society and bring value. As they start their business, consolidate it, and, well, they make it, they shift. They turn into making a living and make money as the primary motivation, leaving behind the survival impetus or motivation that they had on the economic side when they started their business. That is, the difficulty of running a business makes a shift in values. However, COVID brought the situation we have in our picture, we have in our slide. The profile is more or less the same, with earning a living being the dominant motivation at all stages. Something logical because of the striking economic, social, and work situation. I am very, very selective as to the contents. Then we have the activity of job creation in new ventures. In general, we see self-employment and very low job creation in new companies, both because of the scarcity of resources and also because of the fear to engage in high expenditures that make the project unviable. The companies in Madrid, most companies created, are in the service sector. We all know about it. And they don't require as many people as manufacturing companies. However, companies are creating jobs, but more consciously, they are more conservative as consequence of the pandemic. And then we have finance. Financing is very important. We are comparing Spain with Madrid. And we see that personal funding is very is the protagonist, with financial institutions and the family as the followers. We are speaking of general entrepreneurship, which is not usually very sensitive to private investors, risk capital, and so on. The average investment in a new company in Madrid is 45,000 euros. However, private investors, sometimes it is fools, family and friends, they put an additional 14,000 euros in these new projects. Just reaching main conclusions, let me stop my watch. We have TIA is increasing with some ups and downs depending on situational conditions. Female entrepreneurship is converging with male entrepreneurship. We have a very favorable entrepreneurial ecosystem, very coherent with what we have heard in previous interventions in this forum. And there is a need to improve in market dynamics, which is something dealing with identity and public policies. We have not spoken about intrapreneurship, which is very important, especially in advanced societies. Madrid is well ahead of the rest of Spain, but we are lagging behind other European countries. There is approximately a 2-point difference between the three sets, Spain, Madrid, and Europe. Innovation and internationalization are two subjects to be improved and addressed both by companies and by public policies. And the main source of financing for companies is still private investment, both on the side of the entrepreneur, its next environment, and then financial institutions. This is for the general public. And that will be all. I think there is some idea. No, okay. Okay, educational system. It's very important to work on it. Not as much at the university level, which still is something to work on, but at the primary and secondary education, which is what most of the general public get when they start entrepreneuring. Okay, I am finished. I hope we have some time for questions if you want. And thank you very much for your attention.
Creo que no hay tiempo ya para... No.
Okay?
Okay, fantastic. Wow, so there you have it. All the numbers behind the success story, all the areas that we can get even better, how Madrid stacks up against the rest of the country. Absolutely wonderful. And I was very heartened to see those figures for diversity in entrepreneurship going up. This is a very good sign. It's something we can never have too much of. Diversity is innovation, diversity is strength, and this is where it happens. Okay, so speaking of which, you know, for many people, the link between academia and business can be a mysterious one. How do you get these great projects out of the labs and the universities and into the marketplace where they can be entrepreneurial success stories? Well, we are about to find out with a very special panel now. I'm very honored to be moderating myself, and I'd like to welcome to the stage our first guest who's joining us here in La Nave in Madrid. He is the co-founder and CEO of Hoop Carpool. Please welcome to the stage Carlos Alonso Aguilar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bienvenidos, Carlos. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
And by the magic of technology, we are going to invoke our fantastic VIP guest number 2, who is from Counterfog and also the mechanical engineering professor at the Escuela Politécnica Superior Universidad de Alcalá. Please welcome to our screen, Jose Luis Diaz Perez. There he is. Wonderful. Okay, welcome, Jose Luis.
Hello, good morning.
Hey,
Thank
bienvenidos.
you.
Excellent. So, let's start at the beginning. We're in a space that's full of startup history and innovation history. Let's give the audience your elevator pitch, and we'll start with your good self, Carlos. So, what is Carpool, and why should people use it?
Okay, so Hoop Carpool is a startup that is a carpooling app for users to go to the university or to work every day, and it's kind of the same concept as BlaBlaCar. And how we do it is we do a lot of partnerships with companies, universities, and also city halls to promote the service among their employees, students, and also citizens, so everyone can access the app and can start sharing.
Nice, sign me up. I'm going to install that app for sure. Hoop Carpool, wonderful. And Jose Luis, please give our audience the elevator pitch for, for Counterfog. Yes.
Counterfog, yeah.
Counterfog, thank you.
Counterfog, okay. Counterfog is a technology that we develop for counteracting any kind of chemical, biological, and radiological toxic cloud. So it was, let's say, the perfect tool that you needed for counteracting any kind of aerosol, even bioaerosols like the COVID-19.
Wow. Amazing, and we're going to come back to that incredible pivot that you went through in 2019. It's just such an impressive story. You're all going to absolutely love it. So, Carlos, let's start with yourselves. Now, these are 2 cases of technology transfer that from universities that have become very successful startups. We got Counterfog there, we got the Hoop Carpool platform. But how do you think that different universities can collaborate, and why is this important to boost the creation of these successful startup teams?
Yeah, I think that one thing that is super important is that in one university, for example, mine, that is the Politécnica of Madrid, we have amazing tech talent, but also we need the business side. When I was starting this project, I was struggling to find other partners, and I was looking for them in other universities, also in some networks of talent, but it was super difficult for me. You have to convince someone from other business that your idea is worth starting it. So I think that one of the main collaborations that university should do between them is talk and create spaces in which you can meet with other people interested and that they want to start a business. And this is something that right now is lacking and should be promoted better.
Yeah, absolutely. We come back to that point of diversity. If you only get a small viewpoint on the world, even in a boardroom, in a university, in an entrepreneurial team, there's certain important things you're just not going to see because you're all basically from the same place, seeing the same thing. So like cross-pollination with other universities is so valuable. It brings a diversity of perspective, and it can really supercharge entrepreneurship and innovation. Coming over to yourself, Jose Luis, I think it's worth just understanding where where you came from as a spin-off of the project, the FP7 project, and also talk a bit about the kind of companies and organizations who now cooperate with you. They trust your technology because it is an incredible list of companies. It would be great to share that with the audience.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that one of the main features of Counterfog is that it was created by a cooperation of 10 institutions from all around Europe, from United Kingdom to Czech Republic. And well, we created this technology in that kind of cooperative work. And after the project, we got support from the Military Emergency Unit, from Policía Nacional, the Ministry of Interior, from ArcelorMittal, from different companies like Sherco or well, many companies devoted to disinfection and to cleaning, that they trusted in our technology and that they are using it every day. You know that, for instance, all the buses in the city of Burgos are disinfected with our technology, and just 2 people are able to disinfect 80 buses every single night.
Amazing. My goodness. Wow. So, I mean, talk about saving time and optimizing. This is absolutely transformational technology. And of course, you just kind of explained there that COVID has been a big driver in what has been happening with Counterfog. And I'd like to come back to yourself, Carlos, to just speak a little bit about, you know, we hear the headlines that e-commerce kind of grew 10 years. The 10 years of growth in 1 quarter because of COVID, because everyone's staying at home. But obviously mobility has been very affected by the whole COVID pandemic. Talk to us a bit about how COVID has affected mobility and also Hoop Carpool.
Yeah, in our case, it was a huge hit at the beginning because everyone stopped moving. Everyone was at home, so it was really difficult for us. But then we realized that companies start thinking about how their employees are going to go back to the office, because now that everyone is really happy at home and they don't want to go back to the traffic jams and being every single day to the office. So we saw that companies and universities also were very open to start thinking about new ideas, how they can share between the employees, and our idea was a total success in that sense. And right now we have more than 30 partnerships with the biggest universities, also companies, for example, BBA, Banco Santander, also ING, or some others, the universities also with public ones, one of them, the University Polytechnica of Madrid, which is nice because I have studied there, and also the city halls, which is something that it is already done in France. Many municipalities like the one from Paris, that the city hall is putting money to paying the drivers so the passengers can go for free to the daily commutes. So this is something that right now Las Rozas is also doing here in Madrid. So if anyone is here from Las Rozas, please sign up because you can go for free with Hoop.
There you go, a free offer on stage for many of you in the audience. That's wonderful. And of course, carpooling is amazing for the environment. You know, instead of having 4 cars, you have 1 car. It's just wonderful. It's so good for every possible reason. And, you know, in terms of the economy and optimizing how people travel, it's just perfect. So coming back to yourself, Jose Luis, I would love if you could share with the audience, there's a story about how one of your very first you know, pivotal exercises at the Torrejon Air Base with UMA, that really, you know, sparked a thought that then developed into what became your ability to combat COVID and to disinfect on a big scale. Talk to us a bit about that event, what you were doing, and then how you pivoted with the COVID pandemic, because it's very impressive.
Yeah, well, you know that the point is that when we started this project, the main concern that was in the let's say the fashion that year was the anthrax and this kind of biological agents. You know that anthrax it's a bacillus and it has something like a few micron size. But the point is that we developed the technology able to fight at the nanoscale. And let's say that at the nanoscale, the viscosity and the properties of nanomaterials are the main driving forces and are not always intuitive. And that is why with our system, we are able to collapse not only these anthrax spores, but also smoke or any particulate matter, even ultra-fine particulate matter. In fact, what we first demonstrated is that smoke from diesel engines, we could collapse it just using water and air. So it's the most environmental friendly combination you may find. And after that, with the UME in Torrejón Air Base, we demonstrated in outdoors and also in indoors that we were able to collapse something like a toxic clouds coming from a Fukushima accident. You have a nuclear plant and there is an aerosol flowing out from the nuclear plant, we can collapse it. We demonstrated it with 4 big nozzles put on top of the crane of one of the vehicles of the UME. And we demonstrated that a big production of smoke was collapsed by our system. So imagine that we had something like that in Fukushima. If it had been applied there, we had been preventing the transport of this material 300 kilometers away. That was the case in Japan. So it's a powerful technology for collapsing smoke, for collapsing pollution. And when the pandemics came, the first thing we did is to turn the anti-riot track that the Policía Nacional, the national police in Spain had. We installed one of our nozzles with an air compressor, and we transformed the vehicle in order to turn it into a massive disinfection machine. So it was used in the IFEMA pavilion to disinfect it in just a few minutes. That is something that you cannot achieve with any other technology. And additionally, the main feature of our technology is that it doesn't resuspend any agent. And that is key because COVID-19 is 1/8 of the size of anthrax. So that means that with 125 nanometer size, it really flows, and it's as simple as if you just move, the COVID-19 virus is again resuspended. So you need a technology that is able to catch it and to collapse it. And that's the unique feature that we provide. You know that during the hardest time of the pandemics, when everything was closed, we collaborated with Policía Nacional and UME to develop our portable system. It was something for a story, because even we needed that they open the stores. They called to the owners of the store, and we went with them in order for the store to provide us the materials we needed for the development of the system and the prototype. So it was really a story for a film, I think.
Outstanding. My goodness. Well, there you have it, folks. So that 15 minutes has absolutely flown by, but, you know, I can't think of 2 more impressive, wonderful examples of collaboration between academia and the commercial world. And we have 2 champions of technology here. They're making the world better, safer for everybody, and they are also a wonderful example and a showcase of the entrepreneurial, the innovation ecosystem right here in Madrid. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking and showing your appreciation for Jose Luis Diaz-Perez from Counterfog and Carlos Alonso Aguilar from Hoop Carpool. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Wow, I was getting goosebumps there just listening to their startup stories and that amazing academic collaboration and the potential to make the world a better place. That was absolutely fantastic. Yeah, from like 2 rock stars of the Madrid innovation startup ecosystem, we're going to move on and learn all about corporate synergies and private accelerators. It's a really, really fascinating area, and you know, the community in Madrid, it really kind of stands out in terms of the number of significant accelerators and corporations that we have here. So we're going to have 4 representatives from various fields on the panel. We have a business school innovator with IE Publitech Lab. We've got 2 corporates, Sakir and Prosegur, and a private centre for spaces, events and co-working in the Impact Hub. So you're going to get the opportunity right now to know their evolution and aspects in which collaboration, that wonderful cross-pollination and diverse viewpoints is absolutely the key. So I'm going to introduce our amazing rock star moderator and introduce her speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Deputy Director of the Venture Lab at IE Business School, Aniek Janssen. Thank you. Welcome, Aniek.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Shall I invite your speakers on stage?
Yes, please.
Wonderful. Okay, that's great. And our speakers who are going to be joining Anik, I'm just going to check. Yes, so we have, joining us first is the Startup Ecosystem Builder at Public Tech Lab. Please welcome to the stage Rocio Suandes. Thank you. Rocio, thank you so much. Next, we're going to have the Open Innovation Manager at Prosegur come in, a company that I use myself, Carolina Garcia. Welcome, Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just moved into a masía in the middle of the countryside, and Prosegur is right there. And next, please welcome to the stage the Technical Management Director for Sakir Service in Spain, Ana Benevent. Welcome, Ana. Thank you. And last but not least, please welcome to the stage the CEO of Impact Hub, Antonio Gonzalez. Thank you. Wonderful. A rock star lineup, a brilliant panel. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. The stage is yours, Anik.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for being here. What a pleasure to be again in person. It's too sad it's already the last day of South Summit. I have an incredible panel here. I think it went a little bit quick with the introductions. So my first question is, could you tell who you are again, what the program, and what is your program about?
Thank you. Well, yes, I work in the IE Public Tech Lab, and we foster GovTech ecosystems, aiming to bring GovTech startups and scale-ups and small and medium enterprises together with governments to work to solve problems that are facing. And we launched GovTech Lab Madrid last year, and that was the program that I was talking to you about with the community of Madrid. And what we do is we identify challenges of municipalities and scout startups to solve their problems and do pilots with them, and then trying to so that informs like future tendering processes, and institution or public institutions can be closer to entrepreneurship, which we think is what is needed. So we've done 5 pilots last year, and we're doing another 5 this year. So it's going well. We're about to start the second cycle. So yeah, that's what we do.
That's very exciting. We were actually just talking about that backstage as well. Like the public sector has so many opportunities regarding startups. Could you elaborate a bit more on that? Like, what are the opportunities there?
Well, the market is huge. I mean, public purchase, it's I think in Spain is 20% of the GDP. If we can channel like just 1% of that to startups, scale-ups, or small and medium enterprises, that would be a huge impact on the growth and economic development of the country. So we see it's a big market, and also startups right now, they don't see the public sector as an easy client, right? Because of the bureaucracy, of all the barriers of cultural, different languages, different rhythm. So we think it's a huge opportunity, and what we do in this program is we teach municipalities and public workers to work with entrepreneurs, and entrepreneurs, we have done 2 bootcamps with startups to teach them on how to work with governments.
I think that's incredible. The bigger the challenge, the bigger the reward, right?
Well, we're trying.
Carolina, could you tell me a bit more about what your program is about?
Sure. Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting us to be here. The best way to collaborate for startups with Prosegur is to participate in our Open Innovation Program that is called Come In. What is exactly Come In? Come In is the first Open Innovation Program launched by a global security and cash management company. And it consists of, well, we start identifying the right challenge with the business units. What is the right challenge? It's the challenge that can be solved only by an innovative technology that has to be solved in an agile manner, and that is not going to be solved by our own developments because it's not really affecting to the core activities of the company. Once we have those challenges, we publish them in the website of the program, and we start the international scouting of the startups. We are a very international program because in our second edition we were able to reach 35 nationalities on the 5 continents, so it's quite outstanding. Once we have selected those startups, the program closes and we start filtering them, interviewing them, putting in contact with the business units and selecting the 3 finalists that have innovative solutions that can solve those challenges. These 3 finalists will pitch in front of the CEOs and the directors of the business units, and they will select the winner. And with this winner, we will start a pilot project. This pilot project is oriented to validate that we are really in front of a sweet spot of innovation. So we validate not only the technology and how the technology gets integrated with the systems and with the operative of the company, but also that's the feasibility, but also the viability, so the solution is really responding and fitting in a sound business model. And first of all, or even more important, the desirability of the solution. So how this solution is really responding to the needs of the client, how is this user, that can be internal user or external user, but how is it appreciating the solution and evaluating them. So after this pilot, if it succeeds, then we start with a commercial agreement with the startup.
That's amazing. I think that's a great process for the startups in that sector. Could you tell me a bit more what sector that you operate in and what the opportunities are?
Sure. Well, I think Prosegur is well known for the security services, maybe for the alarm services, for the cash management. So those big armored trucks, yellow armored truck that you can see at the streets. It's less known for the external services for the security, for the insurance companies and bank companies, and for cybersecurity services. So in those, all those areas, we are looking for solutions, new technologies that can really be distinctive and competitive, and that can be ambitious enough to work with us in over 26 countries.
Cybersecurity, a very, very hot topic right now, so glad that your program exists. Could you tell us a bit about the program that you guys have and what the opportunities are in the sector?
Well, I have to say that Carolina has done the work for me, because we as a corporate have a very similar process of selecting, scouting, and implementing those solutions in our business. At the end of the day, we want to integrate sustainability and innovation in the way we do things. We want to do business, but in an innovative way that improve the countries where we operate. And as she said, we also launched this. Our program is called SACIR iChallenges. It's launched in our home markets, and similar, we look for challenges inside the business, we launch it to the community, search for the best solutions that we think that can solve the problem we have raised, do this due diligence on viability and suitability, and start conversations with the startups and the small companies, and also big companies, but usually the most innovative ideas come from the startup communities. And we see we launch pilots with them, and if the pilot fulfills the objective if it tries to solve the problem that we have raised, we later escalate that in a more day-to-day operations. It's a very similar to the Carolina Prosegur process, so I see that we have a lot of things in common.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
Good program.
Yeah,
it's a remedy that can be used in a lot of different sectors, right?
Yeah, because SACIR is a big concession construction services company, and we operate in the roads sector, circular economy, new technologies for recycling, urban services, there's hospitality and sanitary sectors. So we have a wide variety of places to look for new solutions for old problems that we have not found yet the solution to do it in the most sustainable way and change the things are done and be also like the breakthrough company in our sector for that kind of solution.
Amazing, thank you. And last but certainly not least, the CEO of Impact Hub. That's something that's a bit more international, I think. I was just talking backstage. We have a very well-run Impact Hub in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Could you tell a bit more about what Impact Hub is?
Well, as you know, Impact Hub is an international network of communities of entrepreneurs. We are present in more than 100 cities all around the world. And we have been working or catalyzing the entrepreneurship action for more than 15 years. In Madrid, we have been for 10 years. And what we do is we create and develop programs of supporting entrepreneurs, also incubation, and recently we launched an acceleration program in circular economy. But despite of that, what we create around the Impact Hub is a group of services to support and access to a community where you can share not only a space but also knowledge and connectivity, and I think that this is one of our most important values, the connectivity and the community. As you probably know, from the very beginning we were focused in impact and sustainable entrepreneurship, and we are really very happy that in the last few years, the agenda of the institutions, governments, international actors are clearly shift to this view, to this new way of doing business. And I think that there is going to be a big opportunity on that new areas, farther than the digital and technological ecosystem, that it is very important. What we think is that we need to appoint these social inclusion, environmental problems, and that this is going to grow rapidly in the coming years. So we have been working in different cities, in Amsterdam, in Zurich, in Vienna, in London, in Madrid, and this week is a global gathering of the whole network in Switzerland, and they are working in the new strategy for the couple of years coming, and clearly the focus is changing the way that we do business to create new paradigms or new models of value proposal for companies and institutions for the next couple of years.
That's incredible. So it's not as much as the opportunities in your sector, because they've always been there, but it's now the opportunity that lays in the collaboration of all the different people involved, whether that's government, private companies, entrepreneurs, etc.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the keys. I mean, the problem that we are facing are very complex, and no one is going to solve it, but the society working together. So one of our values or proposals, and this is something that we stand clearly, is to create a space of trust to generate clear collaboration, because many times we talk about collaboration and it is very difficult because the ego person and ego companies makes difficult to create real action. And I think that we like very much the idea of the decade of action of the NU, of the UN, and we are much focused on that, create spaces of collaboration among actors to push this SWIFT.
I mean, that's a very important thing, not focus on the egos, but on the collaboration. One of the things that I want to talk to you about, because you're all based in Madrid, I think, so I'm not from Madrid, I don't know if you can see, but I think it's incredible what Spain, but specifically the community of Madrid has done over the past year, like how they've made a name for itself. Like look at South Summit, it's one of the biggest startup-focused conferences in Southern Europe right now. What do you think is needed to take Madrid even further in this journey? Like what would it take to take Madrid to the next level in relationship to entrepreneurship?
Well, I want to start. Yeah. Well, as Antonio was saying, that I think we are facing like very difficult and complex problems, and traditional ways have shown that no, is not working, and we need to work in innovative and different ways of solving. And we see there's a lot of innovation that's not reaching public administrations. So for Madrid, we would say, I would say we have to work in 2 dimensions. First of all, for me, institutions and at all levels should know more about entrepreneurs, startups, and all the projects that are in the region. No? They need to know more about them. And that's because when you nowadays, the public demand is based on what public administrations know. So if they don't know an innovative solution, they are not going to be able to include it in tendering process, etc. So first, they need to know more about entrepreneurs. And second of all, we would say that they need to understand their role as buyers of innovation, and not only as facilitators. Because we've seen a lot of institutions being facilitating spaces as these, and that's very important, but it's also very important that they start buying innovation, and that would be a great push to the economic growth of the region. And yeah.
I want to add to that, completely agree, but I would also add the legislation, because sometimes you solve a problem, but the regulation and the laws are not prepared for that solution. So, of course, knowing that, incentivizing that, but also by knowing the legal hurdles that are there that need to be changed to have that more implemented and more integrated in the solutions they can offer.
Yeah, and we are seeing that it's very frustrating as a public worker, like all the things you have to do to buy innovation. But if you, as we are seeing doing the pilots, we inform like that to, I mean, all those the financial statement of the startup, blah, blah, blah. If you include that, all those criteria in the tendering processes, then it would happen. So yeah, it's super important.
Yep. Sorry. You go. Adding to that of the legislation, I think that it will be interesting to have more sandbox for testing technology. We have recently learned the creation of a sandbox of mobility here in Villaverde, and that will enable us to learn a lot about how this technology is interacting with the citizens, but we need to expand this model to other technologies such as artificial vision, robotics, and to learn not only how the technology is working and performing in a real environment, but also how the citizens and the users are accepting this technology in their current life.
I mean, I think you are making some great points, right? The public center of, not just the public center, but a sector, but everybody needs to understand what entrepreneurship actually is and how to work with entrepreneurs. Legislation is a very big one, where, okay, if we have an opportunity or the solution, please let us do so. And seeing like who the clients are, because a lot of people are like, oh, hey, it's nice that you have a solution. Why don't you try it out for free? No, like entrepreneurs in the end, like there needs to be a business model for it to be sustainable. Anything else what you would?
Well, I subscribe all the things that you have said, and I would add, it's my role as Impact Hub, to call the attention to two different things. One is to design and finance collaboration. I mean, I think that the role of the public sector as catalyzer is very important. But I think that the processes of creating trust and process of collaboration are not automatic, and they have to be designed, financed, and managed. You know, so I think this is one thing. And the other thing is that I think that Madrid has made a strong bet for technological and scientific innovation. And I think this is very important. It is crucial. But again, with the changes that we are facing, I think it is very important not to forget social and environmental innovation. Yes. Because I think we are going to need that part in order to equilibrate, you know, the challenges that we have as society in front.
I think that last point is a good point to end. Let's keep the world in the back of our mind with anything that we try to do. I want to thank Antonio, Ana Carolina Orozio very much for today. I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to help improve the ecosystem in Madrid, please come talk to us. We're walking around the entire day, and I hope you enjoy the rest of South Summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We follow you.
Perfecto, muy bien. Muy bien, that was absolutely fascinating. And yeah, again, talking about that diversity of viewpoints, absolutely stellar panel, so interesting. And now we are going to learn about organizations called liaison entities, or entidades de enlace, and they are promoted by the community of Madrid with the aim of boosting the entrepreneurial environment. And today you're going to meet 3 of them that are especially active in promoting entrepreneurship from universities and the dynamization of the ecosystem. So the panel is called The Role of Liaison Entities Supporting Innovation and Entrepreneurship, and we have 4 fantastic speakers joining us on stage today. I'm going to introduce them one by one. Please give them a very warm La Nave welcome here in Madrid. So our moderator is the co-founder and CEO of UNoodle. Please welcome to the stage Torsten Kolind. Welcome, Torsten.
Thank you.
Nice, and rocking the branded t-shirt.
Yes,
there.
I like it. Good, nice color.
Got the
nice color
color
out
matching
there.
going on. It's very good. Okay, our next speaker is the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Support Service Director at the Universidad Carlos III de Madrid. Please welcome to the stage Virgilio Diaz. Welcome, Virgilio. Thank you. Gracias. Our next speaker is the CEO of MIDE. Please welcome to the stage Álvaro Bernard. Welcome, Álvaro.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly.
And our speaker number 4 is the Director of Entrepreneurship at the Universidad Autónoma de Madrid. Please welcome to the stage Jorge Alvarez. Welcome, Jorge.
Hang on.
Torsten, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm going to move out here a little bit so I can see these guys. You're not here to listen to me, but to these excellent people up here. But I'm going to start with a very quick note of the fact that we are 4 men in suits sitting here, and we're well aware of the fact that we're 4 men in suits, and that we understand that diversity is a challenge everywhere in the startup world, in the university world, not just here, but all around the world. So we know that. We're not going to talk about that today, but we're well aware of that. So we're going to jump into the topic at hand, which is going to be about technology transfer and the role of these different institutions in terms of how we help science-founded entrepreneurs and deep tech entrepreneurs succeed. And that's really, I think, a really interesting topic that I'm looking forward to a lot. But I think, first of all, each of you represent these liaison entities, entidades de enlace, and I think we'd love to hear just a very brief introduction about what you do with those entities and what the impact is in the ecosystem here in Madrid. So maybe Virgilio, we'll start with you,
Okay.
and we'll move on from there.
Thank you, Torsten. Thank you very much for the introduction. Here in the co-funding entidades de enlace we have at the Universidad Carlos III de Madrid, we are very much in favor of the dynamization of the local entrepreneurs, and also in the connection of those local entrepreneurs and companies around the technological park, whose name is Legatec, at the south of Madrid, in the connection of those companies with the research and innovation that is produced by the university, Universidad Carlos III de Madrid. That's one of our main tasks. Around that task, what we are doing is very many things. We help the companies, we mentor companies to define their needs in terms of whatever, talent, funds, in terms of marketing. Sometimes even we provide some visible actions for the companies in order to get attracted by other people or entities who can help their projects. That's, in summary, what we do.
That sounds like a big challenge.
Yeah.
I think I'll come back to it in a moment. But let's go ahead, Alvaro. Tell us what your entity is doing.
Yes, thank you very much. I am here representing MIDE. MIDE is Madrid Innovation Driven Ecosystem. It's a non-for-profit association that is using methodology developed by the MIT. After having analyzed hundreds of ecosystems, what they identified is that the big opportunity for an ecosystem to be vibrant and relevant is to connect the different stakeholders. So we are using this model, and we have startups, corporates, investors, facilitators, academia, and the administration within our stakeholders. And based on this, what we do is we connect the different elements of this ecosystem to make sure that we really reach our purpose, that is to bring Madrid to the next stage, to leapfrog the opportunities and to make Madrid a hub of reference in entrepreneurship and innovation.
Fantastic. Thank you. Jorge.
Jorge, thank you. I come from the University Autónoma of Madrid, one of the public universities of Madrid, and I'm talking about how to innovate with entrepreneurship, obviously, for this event. What we have in the universities is a big responsibility because we got 3,000 researchers. 3,000 researchers doing their stuff, great stuff, but most of the time can go to the society. No? And the challenge we have is to help them to connect with companies, with funds, and this is what the Entidades de Enlace is doing. It's helping us to create an ecosystem of all the elements that we need for make happen that researchers create their own startup, science-based startup. So that's the challenge of what we are doing.
Yeah, no, I think that's a spot on. But you also have about 30,000 students. So
yes.
Let's maybe start there
with
the students. I mean, how do you get them engaged in entrepreneurship? And
that's another challenge, a specific challenge for the university. Perhaps it's not so impact because obviously what they got is less differential than what the scientists have. But we have the other responsibility of making out of these guys entrepreneurs. They are looking for a job for the next years. They all want to have a nice position, stable, blah, blah, blah. And what we have to do is to change their mind as well. No? Then in the universities, in all enough, in ours, we've been more than 1,000 students have passed through training programs in the last 3 years. And this is what we want to do, change their mind of the whole university students so they generate the next startups.
But I think, I mean, if you walk around here at the venue, you see so many young startups and founders that are building things. I think there's probably also a question about how much is this the role of the university versus how much should you just let them do what they want to? Are you very actively promoting this, or are you sort of saying, well, if you want to start a startup, we'll help you?
We are more the second way. Yeah? Obviously, we are basically establishing training programs, mentoring programs, co-working spaces, all this stuff. But still is not in the curricula of the students, so to say. I would love that every single student pass through a training programs, mandatory, and even create some subjects in the semester. That's what the university has to promote, and we are on our way.
I think that's a good way to put it.
But it's an excellent, by the way, it's an excellent place to start the startup because you have the time, still you don't have to pay bills, so
I agree.
It's where they should start.
I started my first company while studying, and I think the safety net you have, well, you don't have to worry about society doesn't judge you about whether you fail or not, and you don't need the income the same way. I think you learn a lot by doing that in university. And so maybe we can come back to that, but I think, Alvaro, I have a couple of questions that I particularly am interested in your opinion about. which is there's, of course, outside the universities, there's also the role of the city and the region and the government. And I wonder if you have some thoughts about how much should the government be pushing the ecosystem? Because that's a little bit of what's happening here, right? Does the government have a very active role, or does the government really instead just support what other people are doing?
I will be very cautious with this response. We have the government here. But anyway.
Please no one tweet.
What I can see in Madrid is a huge change over the last years.
Yeah.
So I remember 6-7 years ago when I started with an open innovation program at Pascual, and I talked to some people from the government, and some of them were saying, "You're crazy." Some others were really willing to support it. At a local level, with the government of Madrid, what I see is there's a huge change, and now this is a priority. So we've been hearing about Madrid Startup Region. So there's the commitment and the willingness for things to happen. But this cannot be done and led only by the administration. All the rest of the stakeholders need to play in the same game and in the same direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting, it's very different, you know, in Madrid and in Europe from how things are in the US, where I have spent the past 10 years, where the government here is so much more active. Whereas in the US, we look at the government saying, please stay away and let, you know, entrepreneurs and investors lead the charge. But I think Europe is collaborative. And if you do that really well, I think that can work out in really good ways.
The role of, the role of the government has to be let things flow.
Yeah.
At least, okay, but don't add any extra barriers, because starting a new business is very hard.
Yeah.
So please make it as easy as possible.
Yeah.
But if we get the government, as like it's happening in Madrid, to support entrepreneurship and innovation, that's really a huge change, and that's fantastic.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I know you all have, you know, international experience outside of your experience here in Madrid, but I think, Virgilio, you have lived both elsewhere in Europe and in the US. You know, if you look at the region of Madrid and think about what is it that is the opportunity here compared to many other places, like what are the things you would focus on if you were to advise everybody else in the room from the outside perspective?
Yeah. On that, Torsten, I would say that Madrid has a global approach to everything, to many of the problems. Madrid is an open region that offers a lot of opportunities for the people who wants to run anything, and you have very many good connections to help you in your project. Maybe in other cities, as you have mentioned, you have that also that help, but it's not so visible as it is in Madrid. Taking the message that Alvaro has said, in the last years, what we have seen in Madrid is that there is consciousness on promoting entrepreneurs and helping startups, because we know that the more innovative companies we have, the more high-value employment we will be able to deliver to the society what we have. So that's something that we can have here in Madrid and promote here in Madrid. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And I think this is sort of a very nice intro to the final topic at hand here, which is how do we improve things? What is it that we can do, each of you in the entities you're in, but also as a region as a whole? And I think, Alvaro, I want to start with you. I know you have a lot of opinions about this matter.
Yes, we've done a very in-depth analysis and diagnostic of what is the situation in Madrid, and we found out that we have all the goodness in this region. So we are the headquarters of the large corporations, we have great infrastructures, great communication with all the Latin America with the same culture and language. It's a great place to live in. So all the good elements. What is really missing is the connection between the different stakeholders. So a startup needs a corporate many times to start living and getting some breathe and to start growing. Then investors to grow the business. we need academia to generate new and bring new innovation and new entrepreneurs, and we need the government. So we still have many isolated initiatives, very interesting, very powerful, but we need to connect them and start working together. So I'm very clear with this, and the Comunidad de Madrid with these entidades de enlace is doing very well because they are already starting to connect people that are really willing to bring Madrid to the next level.
And I think, you know, Jorge, I want to just follow up on that with you because, you know, I heard the Minister of Science of Denmark at a startup event 2 weeks ago in Copenhagen say to all the founders that are there saying, stop building simple pizza delivery startups. You have to start doing deep tech. You have to start doing things that come out of the universities and are actually going to make a difference for climate change and for many of the other big you know, problems we have. It's unusual for government to be that pushy. I think, are the entrepreneurs not doing their part either? Do you see that problem?
Interesting point, yes. I think government is starting pushing. Now in Madrid, in the council, in this case, they've created like a fund with investment funds that willing to invest in startups. But stop, not in deep science startups. No? So that's the challenge now. I mean, we have here in Spain a lot of investors, business angels, but most of them devoted to the mass market, to the IT technology, to transform the business, which is great. No? But no one has, well, very little of you have focused on the deep science. I mean, I would like to bring examples like BioNTech, the 30,000 million euros deep science startup. I mean, why we can do something here, but our investors, probably they are still not used to invest in this sector, which is different. It requires more time, more money. That's what I would ask the funds, and I think the government and the funds at the same time, to focus on this area and book some of 5%, 10% of their investment portfolio in deep science startups, because in the end, that's differential, and that will grow. And as well, I think we need to bring the corporates as well. The corporates, they have open innovation departments, yes, but as well, they want always the product to be ready for yesterday, and that can be. I mean, and I understand the innovation departments, they have targets, certain targets, they have to, but I think, again, they need to book resources and money for integrating the researchers' results into the business. And yes, the governments are doing things and promoting internships, money, but we need to keep pushing.
And I think, you know, we have only a few minutes left, so I think this last question I want to actually open for any of you, which is about when you think about the deep tech and research-based startups and the process of technology transfer, what is your opinion, either of you, on where the biggest problem is? Is it on getting them out of the lab? Is it on supporting them? Is it on funding them? Is it the sort of framework conditions? Is it the culture? I mean, what is the biggest problem we have today?
I've got one, but I mean, it's very related with the university and the scientists as well. They probably need commercial partners, I would say.
Commercial partners.
I mean, if we have the good technical department, the best one probably, with the scientists, they need a business developer. And this is missing, and I'm positive the government is thinking about that, but we need to create a matching between scientists and entrepreneurs, and then this may work better. Compound.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on that?
We have seen the train of 5G communication passing by, so we cannot leave any other trains leave the station. So, and we need to build on our competitive advantages rather than rather than competition. We need to collaborate and cooperate. Yeah. So the point here is about, again, connecting the dots and making sure that we are investing over a longer-term strategy. So we need to stop thinking about tomorrow, and as corporates, we've always been pushing for the short-term results. We need to have a longer-term vision. And there, as I've seen with many projects that I've reviewed over the last years, there are many projects that are from engineers, made by engineers, and only with engineers in the team. So there needs to be a cross-fertilization and collaboration with others.
Yeah, so I hear you also say the corporate side also has an opportunity, I would call it, and I think that's also a very good point. I think I would love to continue this conversation because I know you guys have a lot more to say, but we are out of time. So Virgilio, Alvaro, Jorge, thank you so much for taking your time. Hopefully this was interesting. We're going to leave and let our stage hosts come back. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Question? You take a question. We are here. We're down here. There.
Come.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey. Muchas gracias. Wonderful stuff there. And as you can see, this is where the magic happens. The young gentleman there is now going to go and start networking. If you're feeling brave, do the same. This is a great opportunity to connect with some of the movers and shakers in the Madrid startup and innovation ecosystem. Today is full of opportunity, so please grab it with both hands. Right, speaking of which, we're now going to move to another part of the fuel for the Madrid startup region. We've met some amazing institutions, we've explored some wonderful ecosystems, and now you are going to meet some entrepreneurs. Our next panel is called Madrid Rising Startups. You're going to meet some of the rising rock stars of the region. Now, I'm going to introduce to the stage 4 superstar speakers, and it is a great pleasure to introduce your moderator for the session. Please give a warm round of applause to the Venture Associate at the Plug and Play Tech Center, Leonard Alarcón. Thank you. Leonard.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Lovely to meet you. And please welcome to the stage the co-founder at OBU, Nicolas Hornillos. Nicolas, thank you. Good warm welcome there. Please welcome to the stage the co-founder and CEO of Altum Sequencing, Santiago Barrio. Welcome, Santiago. And finally, completing our rockstar lineup, please welcome to the stage the board member and advisor at Alcyon Photonics, Alberto Diaz-Gonzalez. Welcome, Alberto. Gracias. So I just want to point out all of these companies, these brilliant companies, have participated in the program of innovative SMEs of the Comunidad de Madrid. They're going to tell you all about the impact of the support they received. They're in the aerospace sector, biotechnology, and high-performance photonic devices. It's going to be super exciting, and I hope you enjoy it. Leonard, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Madrid Startup Region, for having us. I'm Leonor. I'm from the Ventures team at Plug and Play Center, which is an early stage VC and also a business development platform. We connect the biggest corporates with rising startups, like the ones that I have here today. So, well, this is my pitch. Now, the floor is yours. Please, Nicolas, if you want to introduce yourself, and OBU.
Yes, of course. OBU is a startup that we were born back in 2015. Since then, we have made a lot of changes. We started with our core product, Stockwatch, which is a logistics intelligence platform. We're working with top clients within Spain, Europe, and worldwide, such as Airbus in the aerospace sector, Talgo in the railway sector, or Iberdrola in the energy sector. But from then, and thanks to the opportunity given by programs such as the ones offered by the Comunidad de Madrid, we've been able to further develop our products and also diversify into other sectors and other products. Like, for example, we have a technical office, and lately we have managed to close a deal and fabricate and deliver maintenance parts for the ITER fusion for energy reactor. And since then, we have also evolved our business model into not only selling products or selling services, but also selling capabilities. In terms of, we have mixed and matched our expertise in terms of software development and also in terms of engineering to be able to mix both and develop new capabilities packaged into software products to be able to sell them to bigger customers that require this kind of capabilities. So all in all, we're a very broad company with broad services that thanks to this kind of programs, we have been able to evolve and grow.
Really nice.
Off to you.
Thank you, Leonor. Altum Sequencing is a startup, a spin-off of the Hospital 12 de Octubre here, close to here in Madrid. And we are participating in the accelerator program of the Universidad Carlos III. And basically what we do is something as easy as quantify cancer cells. We apply our algorithms and our platform based in molecular biology techniques and software development to quantify cells that survive cancer therapies. And that allows the clinicians to better personalize treatment for oncologic patients.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Alberto from Alcyon Photonics. Alcyon Photonics is a spin-off from University of Malaga and CSIC here in Spain, which was created and funded by Viable Capital. Alcyon Photonics, as you are aware, current semiconductors are in a very strong challenge, and as right now there is a huge boost of use and creation of more and more data coming from digital environment. And as you know, current semiconductors, they are in a big problem because it is not clear at all that they will be in a position to manage and use this kind of new data which are being created. So photonics are aimed to be the solution to this problem for managing a huge increasing number of new data around the digital world, Internet of Things, and anything you may think needs a huge load of data. Photonics is to be the solution for managing such data. But the issue is that right now photonics is quite complicated to be applied on these processes, on these new processes, and Alcyon Photonics, which already has an experience with foundries and microchips manufacturers, it intends to create a much easier way to use photonics in this current world. So what we intend is to open new fields of application for photonics by the devices we are developing and the devices we are designing. Okay.
Okay, so we have a great variety of industries, but all of you work with high development technologies. So could you tell us what are the different supports that the community of Madrid gives to this type of startups? So maybe Santiago?
Okay.
Start.
Yeah, so we have tremendous help from the community of Madrid. First, at the institutional level, in the Fundación de Research Foundation in the hospital. Okay, they help us a lot to establish the spin-off, and then from the accelerator program of the Universidad Carlos III. Besides that, we obtain resources of the RIS3 program to help startups that basically completely push up our capacities to close the development of our platform. And we also have a industrial doctor grant for a PhD student that is helping us in the development of the analytical software. So yeah, I mean, it was a tremendous help from Madrid.
Okay. And what about you, Nico?
Well, even though we started our company here in Spain, in Madrid, The first 1.5 years of our existence, let's say, we were in Toulouse, in France. And it was thanks to Fundación Madrid +D and the ESA Big program that we managed to come back to Madrid. So thank you for that. That was one of the first helps we had from Comunidad Madrid. But also, more recently, we were awarded with 2 projects from the Plan de Especialización Inteligente RIS3. One through the Innovation Hub, which is basically big investigation R&D consortiums with big multinational companies and also investigation hubs and small SMEs like us. And also, in parallel, we were also granted, within the same program, another project for Instrumento PYME from RIS3, in which it was very interesting because they were in parallel, but they were very different. One of them was in order to keep on investigating our mathematical models, to be able to keep evolving our Stockwatch intelligence optimization platform. And the other one was to be able to create new products, to be able to investigate on new capabilities, on new technologies, in order to be able to develop these new technologies and be able to meet the requirements of bigger companies that would require this kind of technology. So in that sense, very, very interesting, because all these funds have been allowing us to keep evolving, keep growing, and keep developing these new technologies.
Okay. Okay, in our case here in Axiom Photonics, actually the support from Comunidad de Madrid was not too relevant. We have to bear in mind that we are invested by Behavioral Capital, who has invested around 1 million euros developing a photonics company. From the very beginning, we are pre-seed investors. Well, we are invested by pre-seed investors. We were invested even to carry out the proof of concept stage. And I would say that when compared with other regions, the support from Madrid region for this type of companies is quite low when compared, for instance, with I would say Basque Country or Catalonia, for instance, but also with other regions from Europe. And I think that the Comunidad de Madrid is losing a huge potential of many companies, not only photonic type, but we have here an example of other companies which would need for sure a much bigger support, because once these type of companies, they show that they are moving forward, we are in a big issue when compared with European competitors or American competitors, because it is very relevant, very important to have an adequate amount of funding via grants or via investors at the right moment, you know. And the thing is that here in Madrid, at least in deep science-based companies, we are, I think, in my opinion, too far from what it should be done in order to get benefits for the whole region of Madrid from the economy, which can be produced by this type of companies, which need a huge investment. You have to bear in mind that, for instance, for a photonic company, the amount to be invested for any kind of photonic development, it's around 5 to 10 euro millions, not only in Spain, but in any other countries. And receiving grants for 100,000, 25 euros, something like that, in our case, it made no difference. Of course, we appreciate it. We really think it is something to be much appreciated, of course. But I think that Comunidad de Madrid should think seriously about a strategy for rising real deep science companies, which right now I think that the strategy is not existing.
Okay, interesting. What are your thoughts about what he mentioned about the difference in the tier L level of Spain compared to Madrid, to Europe or America in terms of public aids?
Probably, I think that in Madrid, for the pre-seed status, I mean, when you are in the really early stage, there is help. But I'm starting to see that probably is for the next step, when there is a kind of bottleneck, and the only way is to go to Europe, indeed.
So we've seen that the support of Comunidad de Madrid is channeled in different ways through hospitals, innovation consortiums. I'm sure that in the audience we have a lot of startups that could benefit from this type of support. Could you tell them from your experience what are the benefits of these aids versus other, like, private investments?
In my opinion, obviously, because obviously your opinion will be completely different for sure. Our opinion is that private investment is very focused, is very product targeted, and they seek, at least the ones that we've spoken to, they seek a immediate revenue, which is obviously very fair enough. And they seek for you to specialize in one industry, in one environment, in one product, and be able to extract the maximum potential of that specific environment to the fullest. On the contrary, we believe that public funding, or at least in our opinion, is much more focused on keep on developing the technology, not to be able to have an end product as soon as possible, but to be able to extract the full potential of that technology. Obviously, these kind of programs, they only fund you up to a certain percentage, which means that the other remaining percentage is up to you to be able to find the revenue, which means that it is essential for you to be able to have the knowledge and the expertise and the capability to packetize and monetize that development for you to be able to fund the other part of the program. And so they are obviously, each one in their sense, they're very interesting and very, well, impactful for any company, but they do differ in essence, basically.
If I may say something, okay, I really much appreciate your opinion, and I think it's great, but I think that, for instance, in Action Photonics, we were so lucky of having an investor who can invest, for instance, in TRL3. We were invested when we were just before the proof of concept.
But you will agree that that is by far not normal.
Of course. So I would say that I'd like to reach to that point, okay? Because when I'm Behavioral Capital partner, I'm board member of Action Photonics, and of course it is necessary to invest on those stages and telling the company, okay, don't worry, you have to develop, you have to focus on the product and final sales, but let's talk about making sales in 3 to 4 years, for instance. That is our scheme. We don't seek for sales in 1 year, 2 years, something like that. So this kind of patient investment, it should be boosted, but on top of that, if you want to develop a company coming from deep science, you need millions. Apart from the investors, and you have all these EIC accelerator programs, all these fundings which provide you 2.5 million if the company goes there. Actually, I think if we want to create, because we need to think about what do we want as output of all these startup systems, I think that the company, the region needs companies who can create jobs, pay taxes, develop other companies, develop other economies. So, in my opinion, I think we are start having this kind of investors which can do this so early investments, but the region has to bet strong for technologies which already show traction on something, and you need millions. As it happens in Boston, as it happens in Hong Kong, as it happens in Brussels. So I don't say that our companies, they should be granted for 3 million euros for free.
I believe that even though I believe you're right, that more money should be invested into this kind of technologies that obviously deserve it. I believe that these kind of programs do have a carry-on. And whenever you have managed to complete successfully a program, they will try to encourage you to keep developing and keep evolving, to give you more, to fund you with more money, because obviously it is not easy for Comunidad de Madrid or any other program to find suitable and worthy projects to be funded.
There are many,
but it is quite a challenge to be able not only to fund with 50K, but to fund with more money than that. And so we believe that it is not easy to meet all the expectations, all the requirements, and there are not that many companies that after one program of development will be able or will be capable to continue to get more funding.
Of course.
And particularly in the case of Altum, so this is based in our experience. When you come from academia, the private sector can be a little bit overwhelming, right? And these kind of grants from the RIS3 or similar helps really allow you to work in the best application of your product, to really explore different options. I think that is also really important they help to interact with the clients, because you have this prototype, you have this great idea, but when you have this kind of grants, you also earn some time to really have feedback from your clients and really work in your proposal for future investors. So I think that they are completely necessary.
So from what I understood, public support understands your timing and the different type of expertise. Hopefully we'll have more funds like the Able Capital that are one of the few that understand these timings in development, in getting feedback, clinical validation, etc. So we have a few minutes left. What are the next steps, both in business and financing? Either are you ask for more public investment, private, or more corporate partnerships? What are the next steps in terms of business development? Santiago, if you want. So
now, as a health company, now we are starting with all the regulation roadmap. As you well know, we have a recent experience. You need to obtain all the clearance from the different health organizations to put a health product in the market. And this is in a few years, and as Alberto commented, for that is for what we are looking now. Now thanks to the grants that we obtained in the last 2 years, we were able to place this setup, and now we are working in the validation of it in a clinical trial, and this is now we can start to contact investors to finance this part.
Great. And what about Obu?
Well, we are in the closing stages we already finished one of the programs with RIS3. We are in the closing stages of the other one. For us, we have managed to, or we are in the stages of packetizing one of the products that we've developed through these programs. For us, it is a constant evolution. So it is continuous improvement. So hopefully, even though we will be able to start selling it very soon, the software itself, we will look for more opportunities to keep on developing, to keep on searching for more R&D consortiums. Now it is a great opportunity with all the recuperation plans, economic recuperation plans. And obviously we will not stop trying to sell, because obviously we are a private company. Our end target is to have the best product out there, with the best technology, to be able to capture the attention of the best companies. And we will try to have all the opportunities, or take all the opportunities we have, both public and private, in order to keep on developing and better selling.
Okay, for us here in Action, what we expect within 1 year time, we expect to close an interesting investment round, which we expect to be quite relevant. And on parallel, we shall keep working with foundries and other potential customers, so that we can finally close our final MVPs and to keep interacting with the market. Okay, so I think it's quite common to all companies at this stage.
Keep pushing.
Keep pushing, keep in touch with clients and developing what market really needs. So that's and get funding for that.
Combine the three, no? So public help, clients and
yes,
investors. This is, you need to do the three of them.
Okay, perfect. So keep pushing, keep rising. Your Madrid rising startups.
Keep rising.
Thank you very much for being with us here today, and thank you everybody for attending.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful stuff. Thank you so much. And thank you for the great moderating there, Leonor Alacon from the Plug and Play Tech Centre. Okay, so we have met institutions, entrepreneurs, representatives of the ecosystems, and now we are going to take a bit of a deep dive into the research and universities that aim for innovation and really drive the Madrid startup region. So we are going to meet 3 organizations in the field of science that are now going to tell us about the different ways to promote entrepreneurship. So we've got representatives from a science park, PCM, a university, UPM, and a research organization, IMDEA Food. And it's a great pleasure to welcome back to the stage the wonderful moderator for your next session. Please welcome the Deputy Director at the Venture Lab at IE Business School, Aniek Janssen. Thank you. Welcome back, Aniek.
Thank you.
Wonderful. And now we are going to welcome Aniek's VIP guests from these amazing companies. Please welcome to the stage the General Director at FPCM, Pilar Gil. Thank you, Pilar. Welcome to the stage. Wonderful. And of course, we've got many people tuning in to the live streams. It's not just here in the Nave. We've got many, many people watching online. So bienvenidos. Welcome all of you. Please welcome to the stage our next VIP guest, the Head of Entrepreneurship at UPM. Please welcome Claudio Feijó. Welcome, Claudio. Fantastic. And rounding off our rockstar panel today, we have the postdoctorate researcher at IMDEA Food. Please welcome to the stage Maria Jesus Latasa. Maria, welcome. Aniek, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for being here, both in person and online. I think we're going to have a very interesting conversation right now, to see how research and entrepreneurship go hand in hand and what bridges we need to gap to make it even better. So Pilar, can we start with you? Can you tell a little bit more about the program that you run at the Science Park?
Yes, well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and organizing this panel for South Summit and the Fundación Madrid+D. The Madrid Science Park is a public foundation that was created in 2001 by the Universidad Autónoma de Madrid and Universidad Complutense de Madrid to host all the entrepreneurial, scientific and technological entrepreneurial projects that the researchers from these institutions have. Our incubation center is as well supported by the CSIC, the CIEMAT, and the Ayuntamiento de Madrid. And in the last 20 years that since we were created, we have hosted more than 300 companies. So nowadays we have around 90, and we support them in different aspects. I normally say we are mainly helping them in 3 pillars. First of all, we offer them workspaces. We offer them wet labs, as well as offices, common facilities, and we take care of all the infrastructure services so they can focus on innovation. Then we have a group of experts that help these entrepreneurs through the entrepreneurial process, and we help them in, visibility and communication, public and private fund search. We help them looking for talent, and some other services as well. And finally, we have the ecosystem of the park. No? We help them collaborating with other companies and stakeholders from the ecosystem, and from the Comunidad de Madrid as well. And we try to go with them through all this process, because for coming to the Science Park, you have to be already a company. We don't host projects. So we collaborate a lot with the transfer offices of our sponsors.
That's incredible, 20 years already.
Yeah.
Claudio, could you tell me a bit more what you do at UPM?
Of course, and always thanks for the invite. Basically, at our university, we have 2 big stages, 2 big parts. So one part is launching, creation of startups and spin-off. and spin-offs. For this, we have 2 programs that run in parallel. One program departs from ideas. Every year, we have like 500 projects or so, and then we end up creating some startups. And the second program is more like a venture builder. So in this program, we are proactive. We go around the university, we look for mature enough technologies, and then from these technologies, we slowly build spin-offs. Altogether, these two programs, they create about 20 startups spin-offs per year. The interesting thing about these startups spin-offs is when we look what happened with them after 5 years, more than 60% are still in the market. And why? Very simple reason, deep tech, because they have technology, because they are able to provide something useful, valuable to the players. Maybe they are not scaling up in the way they thought, but still they are able to find some business. And more or less, we have launched about 300 startups alive, more than 200, is 60%. And then this is the first stage. In the second stage, we have a new, I would say, pre-acceleration program. So we ask, or we provide the opportunity for these startups and spin-offs to stay with us for a little while, maybe six months, maybe up to 1 year, because we think this connection with the labs, with the science, with the applied science is important. So they are more prepared to go to the market. They already have an MVP, maybe they have some customers, but we want them to stay around until they have more customers. So we think in this way they are able to have better conditions in the market. When we look our portfolio of companies, what is happening with them in the early stage part, early stage funding, seed funding, now every year they raise about 20 million euros in funding. So taking out those that are already in series, because there are some of them who have grown a little bit and they are in series, but only in that stage. So this means small tickets like 50K, 100K, 200K, these type of things. So I think this is a signal that there is a high interest in the market about startups, spin-off who have technology, who are deep tech. And I think this is maybe the most important observation these days.
Incredible. So you don't just help them start with their idea, but if there's potential, there's infrastructure to help them grow. Maria Jesus, could you tell a bit more about what you do and what the program is?
Okay, so I come from INDEA Food, which is the youngest institute of the INDEA institutes by the Comunidad de Madrid, and we are specifically focused on food-related research. So we are a purely research institution, but we also participate in many different programs, mostly related to education, related to entrepreneurship. So because we are a partner of EIT Food, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, we participate in different masters, different programs for PhDs to give them the first stages of entrepreneurship skills. And recently, we also been awarded a project within the HEI initiative, which is also by EIT. In this case, it's basically only related to education. And so we participate with other European institutions, higher education institutions, and some SMEs related to entrepreneurship education. Because what we have found out is that the hardest part is to bring the researchers into the entrepreneurship world. I mean, it sounds so different to them. I mean, it's even a different vocabulary. So you have to start giving them the basic skills to be able to move around. So they might have a great idea, great technology, but they lack the capabilities and the skills to be able to even start. I mean, I think they're panic as when they hear the word entrepreneurship, company, SME, what is that? What are you talking about? So our role is to really bring them closer to the entrepreneurship world. And we also participate in a program in NoLink of Comunidad de Madrid for link entrepreneurship entities. So we also try to take those, visualize and give them some international scope to food companies within the community of Madrid. We have as well a couple of startups. We participate as a research institute, but we always have the limitations of a public institution participating in startups that I'm sure we're going to talk about them later on. So, yeah.
I mean, I think you already made a nice intro to my next question. I think this panel is crucial because we're talking about, okay, how can we bring research and entrepreneurship together, right? So that is my next question. What do you think, what is necessary to lift research into entrepreneurship?
Well, I think that most of the researchers in my experience, that think of entrepreneurship, as Maria Jesus said, they are a little bit panic. So for me, it's very important that the institution they belong to has a mature technology transfer officer with experts that can go with them through all this process and to help them to protect their technology or their science. So it's much more a valuable product. I think
as a patent, you mean?
A patent, yes, to protect to protect the technology. Then I think they need to understand that they need to build a multidisciplinary team. Although at the beginning the researcher is the leader of the project, at some point you need other aspects as management. You need to know how to build a company, and it's not that easy. Although you are an expert on the technology, you need a multidisciplinary team.
And is that an issue for often do you see that as a researcher that is he willing to share the ownership of a?
Not always. Normally researchers are very good at, Maria Jesus can tell us more about it, but they are the experts of the technology, and it's not easy to share your knowledge with somebody else, but to make a company is not just about the science, it's also about the market, about the selling the product, etc. So I think that at some point you need to share and be helped by others. And to make this, also for investors, investors normally don't trust just on the researcher, they trust on the whole team. And also for the project we have at the park is also very important to the infrastructure. So as the Madrid Science Park, I think when you need a specific lab, you need to have this opportunity to be there, to be host in an incubation center like us. And finally, the most important part, I think, for a successful entrepreneurship project is to validate your business model, to go out of the lab and talk to clients, talk to stakeholders, do this validation, because it's, what I think is that it's not necessary to invest money and time to develop all the product if you are not sure if somebody is going to buy it or if somebody is going to pay for it. So at some point you need to go to an accelerating program to make sure you have this model validated and you have all the parts you need to know before going forward.
I think that's a crucial point with entrepreneurship. Validate, validate, validate. You just said you had 20 years, Pilar, 20 years of, no, so it's okay, 20 years that the Science Park has been there. Mm-hmm. Do you have a success story that you can share where you can really saw that a company came out of the research?
Yes, we have many in 20 years, but some very typical one we have is, for example, New Genetics. It's a company that it was created in 2008. It's of genetic diagnosis from lab. They were 3 researchers coming from CENIO and CENIC. Mm-hmm. And nowadays they are more than 100 people selling tests internationally, prenatal tests, diagnosis tests for babies. And well, they are still in the park, not the commercial part of the team, but the researchers that keep researching new things. Well, we have many successful stories.
Incredible. Claudio, for you the same question. You're the head of entrepreneurship at a very engineering and research-focused university. How do you take your students from research to entrepreneurs?
So for us, it's a little bit easier than for you because we have applied research, so not pure research, and that makes a little bit different. So everything that you have said is completely true, so fantastic, but I'm going to add 3 more things. So first thing is we need to manage expectations. you know, our researchers, they are used to work with companies, but they usually work in a project, in a particular project. Huh? And many times this creates more than anything else frustration, because companies usually they want to solve something immediate. No? They have a little bit of a pain and they need someone to help them, I don't know, improve a product or whatever. This is what McKinsey is, for example, called Horizon 1. No? Horizon 1 is you need to improve something in a product that is already in the market. But I think our research centers are particularly good in Horizon 2. It is not changing something small in a product. It's more like developing the next generation or the next set of products. And then, or there is when the magic happens. And there is when we can create really meaningful spin-offs and startups. If we aim to that, but if we directly want to solve an immediate problem, that creates frustration. This is number one. And second, we need co-creation. So we need companies, the market, the business schools, to come to the technical places and work with us, not the other way around. Huh? This has been, I think, a big mistake. If we send our technologies to you, they are lost. They are completely lost. So please, people in the business side of things, come to technology places like our places and work with us, because we have the basis. We don't have maybe, or some of us have, but not in the majority, the knowledge to transfer this into real business. Huh? This is important. And the third observation is connected with this. Is don't unplug too soon, don't cut the plug that is connected to technology. Probably our researchers they need to be in contact with technology. This is what is going to become the competitive advantage for some time. If we take them out of the lab too soon, or we take them out from whatever they are doing in research, then it's not going to work. So let's try to find combining people, putting people together, but come to the technology places and help us, not the other way around.
And can I ask you then, you must have experienced quite some success stories over the past few years. What's your favorite success story, if you say, like, when the business people came to you, or?
Yeah. Well, many times what happens is in a slow process, the technologists, I mean, they are very intelligent people, researchers, I mean, they are top people in some fields. So they are able to educate themselves with a little bit of help, of push, and then many times they become like successful entrepreneurs. For instance, we have many, there's also 20 years experience. We have many examples, but one that I remember now, we have a company also in bio, but this is plants, not animals, not people, but plants. And this company was able to produce something that without using chemicals, you can resist insects and other type of plagues. No? So the company developed rather well, and at the end was sold to Monsanto, one of the biggest, and now it's in the New York Stock Exchange in the technical part. Still keeps a little bit the name, the original name, and we are very proud that we are able to go all the way from a lab to New York. No? So.
Look at that, from the lab to the stock exchange in New York, not a bad result. Maria Jesus, could you tell me a bit more about what do you see in your day-to-day, how you move from research to actually becoming a company, and especially also in the food industry, because there's a lot happening there right now?
Being a researcher myself, I understand what the researchers have to face when they're babies, because their research is their baby, and they have to share with the rest of the world. And most of the times, they work just for knowledge. They love to research and find new things. And it's very hard for them to find an added value, something that can be commercialized. So that's the point when we have to really show them that added value to their research. So you have to work one by one with them, learn what they're doing, what is their basis, and trying to go with them on all the pathway. So we provide programs to give them basic knowledge about entrepreneurship, as I just mentioned, but we also provide mentors that are going to go with them all the way in case they want to really build up a startup from their technology or basic knowledge that they have developed. sometimes they even need that knowledge, even for European programs right now. There are certain programs that they're starting to talk about TRLs. They don't even know what TRL means. So the first thing you have to let them know at what TRL is their research, and then work with them. That's the word. But it's very exciting to see something. I mean, at the beginning they're like very possessive. They don't want to. So it's what you mentioned before. I mean, it's difficult for them to trust in somebody coming from outside that they think is not going to value their research as much as they do. And they want to control everything. That's part of the science, being a researcher. And they have to realize that they don't know everything about entrepreneurship. In fact, they don't know anything, but they don't know it. So you have to let them see that you need somebody that has more knowledge in financial. You need somebody that is more, a CEO that is not personally maybe involved with the research, because when it is your baby, you don't see the bad things, the defects, and so you cannot progress. And you need somebody to contrast your ideas and how are you going to build up your startup. So it is really walking along with them during all the process. And even for the students, and it's amazing to see how they grow from just a simple idea to a more complex, and they build up a business plan, and that's amazing. The transformation is really great.
I think you make a very important point there. It's these researchers have great ideas, but it's very difficult if you would just throw out your idea, things get lost in translation. So it's not as much as the researchers and the scientists sharing their ideas with potential entrepreneurs, but really walking them through the process in both ways, because the researchers might not understand the entrepreneurship process. I can say, as somebody that worked for a business school, I definitely have students that would probably not understand that part as easily. So I want to ask you, if you're here today or watching, these are three incredible institutes. I think we have time left for you to talk about your new initiatives, but they have a lot of initiatives going on where they're looking for business people. They have incredible researchers, they're working on amazing ideas, but they need the business side. So I think we have a minute left. I think, Pilar, you wanted to talk about a new initiative called Catapult.
Well, yes. Now, we are doing some of these to help them go through this process. We are doing some accelerating programs. It's called Catapult. We've been doing it with the CSIC for 4 edition now, and we are getting very good results. But it's not one methodology or the other. We use the Lean Launchpad, but I think the important thing is testing the market and trust in somebody else. It's very important what we are talking about, making a trustable team. And it's not easy to serve your baby. so I think all the effort we are all doing here, or the technology transfer offices, is what will get the Madrid ecosystem more mature. But because I think it's still lack of a cultural. I don't believe that the Madrid ecosystem is still mature in this area. We are doing better than, well,
Claudio, can you sell your initiative in 20 seconds?
Yeah. Let's work together. I come from 7 years in China, and we seriously need to work together and do things together. Simple as that.
Okay, so that's the message of today. Please work together, entrepreneurs and researchers. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for being here, and we're around to talk.
Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Work together, absolutely, words to live by. As Vanilla Ice said, stop, collaborate and listen, indeed. So that was a really fascinating deep dive into the world of research and universities, and now we are going to segue elegantly over back to the world of entrepreneurs, connected as it should be. And we're going to meet some rising startups in the Community of Madrid programs. So it's a real pleasure to welcome to the stage our moderator for the next session, who is a partner success manager at Plug and Play Tech Center. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ricardo Alvarez Cienfuegos. Welcome, Ricardo.
Thank you.
And it's a pleasure to introduce his 3 VIP speakers from these rising startups. Please welcome from Mute for Child, Antonio Perez Martinez. Welcome, Antonio. I beg your pardon, it's Mute for Child, Head Start. Okay, and our next VIP speaker is from Detectia, is the CEO and co-founder. Please welcome Candela Sancho. Thank you, Candela. Welcome. And rounding up our VIP lineup today is the CEO and co-founder of Smart Dyspnea. Please welcome to the stage, Raul Ferrer. Thank you. Welcome, Raul. Ricardo and VIP guests, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and welcome to this session. And thank you, guys, for such a great job that you are doing and you are going to tell us now. Okay, but I think we can start, like, maybe you could tell us a bit more about your companies, right? So maybe we can start with you, Antonio.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for this kind invitation to this Summit South in Madrid. My name is Antonio Perez Martinez. I am the head of Pediatric Hemato-Oncology and Stem Cell Transplantation Department, Hospital Universitario La Paz. We are a group of researchers who we are genetics, we are physicians, we are bioinformatics, and our main focus is pediatric cancer. Pediatric cancer is a rare disease that most of the strategies until now, they are old-fashioned. So we are trying to develop a new KIT gene strategy focused not only in the tumor but also in the patients in order to establish better ways of treatment, better ways of monitoring the disease, and also try to implement the personalized medicine. But we are working in Institute of Health in Madrid, Instituto de IDIPAD, but also in la Universidad Autónoma de Madrid, where I am professor of pediatrics, and we are also with the Health Start innovation program. We are being considering with a biogenesis biotech company that they are trying to push up in the business plan right now.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Antonio. In your case, you were part of the Health Start program, right? What support did you receive from them?
Well, we receive a lot of learnings from them because, you know, most of our time I spent during the day as a physician or as a researcher in the lab, but we do not have too many knowledge about how to develop a business plan, how to identify the gaps in order to fill that gap in the market. And this will all of the strategy that they gave to us and to my team. We have now we have a business plan. We have a very nice tools in order to try to be by other technology companies that they are involved in this kind of project.
Mm-hmm. Great, very great. And in your case, Candela, well, Candela is the CEO of Detectia. Well, if you could tell us a bit more about your company, and also you were part also of the ESA big program, right? So how was that? How was it?
So Detectia is a very young company, so for us the support we had from ESABIC, it was really important. We are a spin-off of the Civil Engineering School, so we are just taking into the market the knowledge we have learned in more than 30 years of expertise in research applied to the control of ground and infrastructure. Mm-hmm. So we have realized the lack of preventive maintenance and early detection of failures in infrastructure, such as the Morandi Bridge in Italy, the Miami building, on all these mining dams that break. It causes like large economic losses and also personal losses, and it can be prevented. So Detectia has developed a solution that is called iRadar that generates early warnings based on satellite data, early warnings of deformation of the infrastructure. So based on satellite data and artificial intelligence, we have a solution that integrates within the client data system that lets you know, okay, something is happening, something is anomalous. So the support we have from ESABIC is really important because first, we enter in this new space European environment because there are ESABIC centers in all the European countries. So that helps you to set a networking and to know a lot of people. And second, and also important, we get funding. So when you are developing your first product, your MVP, it's really nice to have all your focus on your product. So not to be looking for investor because you also need money and you have to split your attention. You are focused on your MVP and also give you some funding to hire the first employee, which was also really crucial for us in Detectia. So we have achieved a lot of things since we are in ISABIC, and yeah, all we can say is thank you for the opportunity.
Congrats. And in your case, Raul, well, Raul is the CEO of Smart Disnea, right? And you were born right after the pandemic started, and you were part of all the hackathon Vence al Virus, right? So what is exactly Smart Disnea and how Vence al Virus hackathon helped you?
Yeah, thank you. We born in the early pandemic. We tried to perform or develop a test that can transform the oxygen saturation that usually we use the pulse oximeter, and we use the voice, analyzing the voice with artificial intelligence and any smartphone, and we can have a 93% correlation with the oxygen saturation you take with the usual dispositive.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And well, continue with the questions now. You were in different programs with the community of Madrid, no? So what are the next steps for you, Antonio, and how are you going to address them?
Well, now we are our platform, our Mood for Kite, Mood for Children gene test platform is a dynamic test. It's not a statistic test, gene test. So we are in the cutting the edge of the science, trying to incorporate the new gene discovery that every week we are finding in our patients, and this is a very dynamic process that we can modify, and this is one of the best part of our project. It's not a statistic gene test; it's a dynamic test. So next steps in our place is try to incorporate these tools as a national strategy in cancer. You know, there is a national plan that is called the Pencil study and Pegasus study, where they are trying to incorporate this new gene test in the clinic, in the real life. However, it's very difficult to most of the hospitals because there are not specific teams of pediatric oncology with genetic teams and with bioinformatics. So we are now working with this business plan that BioLegend did for us, and we are trying to incorporate in different hospitals, in different community, and also we are applying for Europe grants in order to make implementation not only in our place but also in the European, because it's amazing how there are not any specific pediatric kid gene as we are trying to develop. So this is the gap, and we are trying to fill that gap.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, and in your case, Candela, what did you have in mind, no, for Detectia? What is your next steps, and how are you going to face them?
Okay, at the moment, we are just growing, so our plan is taking our product to more countries. We already have the first client, so we have iterated our product based on the needs of this first client. So we have a product that is nicely packaged. We have the sales strategy, the marketing strategy. So we are ready to go to more markets. At the moment, we are working in Europe, North America, and South America. Mm-hmm. And yeah, we are working on our strategy. For instance, either where is South America, we have like a direct sales strategy. We go there and talk to the clients. Obviously, not everyone within the infrastructure sector is open to these new, let's say, technologies, monitoring technologies without instrumentation. But we are into this new era of digitalization of the infrastructure. So we always look for this manager that is open to innovation. And then we go into one single project, and then we are within the company. And also for other parts of the world, such as Canada, the States, or Australia, we are using a channels method. So we have a partner who sells our technology there. So we are just expanding.
Great, great. It sounds really exciting, actually. And in your case, Raul, well, you were part, as we mentioned before, of this hackathon Vence al Virus. You developed your idea, your business plan, and so on. And I heard that you just launched your you went live, right, yesterday or this week, actually. So what are the next steps for you?
Yes, now we are a reality, thanks to the hackathon. We write the idea, and now we are in one of the biggest insurance platforms. More than 3 million people, potential users from our solution. And now we are growing in this direction, and we want to give our solution to other countries in Europe first, and then South America probably will be the next steps.
Well, congrats for the news, this new deal, right? Yeah, you were mentioning, Antonio, now the investment or your solution is really specific, and there is no such a recurrency, let's say. And I guess you are facing many challenges when looking for a round and for investment for your solution. So how is that? How is that?
Yeah. First thing, that investment, they do not have to be frightening of this, because what we are trying to do is try to make the pipelines of many companies that they are offer genetic tests for breast cancer, for lung cancer, for colon cancer. They are more. We are now incorporating a new pipeline, a specific pipeline for that specific company that they need a specific expertise. And this is not easy to find, because unfortunately, we are not so many people working in that field in that moment. And this is not going to change, because most of the interest is always with prevalent diseases, because this is something that it makes the market sustainable. However, what we propose is not to make just a stone in the lake. It's just to try to incorporate this specific project localized in a specific population, very sensitive population, how are pediatric kids with cancer, not only in Spain and Europe, but also in low-income countries, that you can really help to push them the diagnosis, the genetic test, genetic diagnosis from the beginning, and in that setting you can incorporate a specific treatment. Do not forget, we are now in the 21st century. We are in the century of the personalized treatment, the personalized medicine, and with this meaning, we are talking about not only adults, we are talking also about pets. And this is what we are trying to incorporate. We are trying to incorporate this strategy in the adult setting with the social responsibility capacity of the most of the companies that try to put the focus with this specific pipeline in the pediatric kids.
I mean, I work in the investor side also, and I know how difficult it could be for a startup to find an investor when there is not such a big market, let's say. I guess you support a lot also in the public institutions, in the grants that I think you mentioned, from the European Union. How this can help you, especially in the first steps, right? That is super important.
Yeah, absolutely. We need them. We need them, and they gave us the scientific sprint, because you know that this is a good project. This is it has been reviewed by peer reviews. So these public grants, they give you the first push to say, okay, your idea is a good idea, and now what we need with this scientific point of view, what we need at the investment, push this the mind that although not all are numbers, but also if you can make a variety of your product in these pipelines, not only, for example, for breast lung, but also for kids, you are improving the quality of your company. So I think this is something that now with the new health environment, with the new knowledge we are taking from Europe, and that, so I think it's the right time to put this in the market right now.
Okay, good luck with that. Candela, in your case, your solution is a really not innovative one, right? So maybe you could tell to the rest of us that maybe we don't know that much about this sector, no? What is like the competitive landscape there? There are many solutions, or how you address these problems? Like, how do you differentiate from the rest of competitors?
Of course. So until few years, the traditional monitoring of infrastructure was based on in situ instrumentation. So either you place a sensor and it stays there, or there's a team of people that needs to go there and take measurements once per month, or every 3 months, or 4 months. So now, And it's not feasible to monitor all the assets in a city and non-urban infrastructure with this sensor, because it's not feasible. We don't have that many sensors, or we don't have that much money for all these sensors and people. So this is a new idea that we can monitor with satellites. So there's no teams that need to go to check the infrastructures, and there's no sensors. And we can monitor all the assets. They have personalized treatment, so we have personalized characterization of the issues that is happening to every bridge, every dam, every highway in the world. Mm-hmm. So these are the traditional, let's say, it was the environment, the traditional environment, and now there are like few companies that are starting to apply these new emerging technologies, satellite technologies, to monitor infrastructures and other kind of assets. Was different in our case. Like, we add this artificial intelligence layer, so you don't have to look at the data, but there you have an objective algorithm that says, hey, something is happening here, and you get the early warning, because you don't want a large volume of data. You need the early warning when something is happening. Mm-hmm. And also, we don't want to work as a traditional consultancy. It has no sense nowadays. So we are a software as a service, and we also integrate within the client system. So if the client has a board or a platform when he has several sensor measurements and levels, our data is one more data that is integrated within the system. And so far, for us, it's working really well.
Nice. And Raúl, in your case, you mentioned before, that you just close a really big, one of the big insurance here in Spain, no? And I guess, you just launched it this week, and you are starting big, right? How is going to be this, no? How are you going to face this problem, and what that's supposed to you, and to your company, this new big deal?
Yeah. Now we are going to need some help from investors to grow. It's another step in the development of the project, and things are going to be easy if we continue with the same way. We are having a lot of support of the hackathon. Then Madrid Más give us a lot of support and advice, and we are growing thanks to them. And if we continue this way, we are going to achieve this issue.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And yeah, just like one last question I will ask you guys is that, we are all in this coronavirus crisis for already a long time ago. And I would like to ask you, how has affected you? How has affected you the coronavirus crisis? Has it boost your project, your companies, or the other way around? I don't know, Antonio, what do you think?
For us, it was a great opportunity. We were able to develop COVID-19 cell therapies that they are also in the pipeline of the startup we are going to create in the University Autónoma of Madrid with Instituto de Salud de la Paz. So it was a great opportunity to us to develop that transversional research on something so different, completely different as it's pediatric cancer, can give us the chance to treat also COVID-19 adults patients. So with this concept, we were able to develop a phase 1, a phase 2 clinical trial with a novel cell therapy who has been published recently in eClinical Medicine, who is the second journal after Lancet. They gave us the scientific print that what you are doing in this approach is good. It's scientific quality. So with the same objective we did with the cell therapies, the same we are trying to do with the Mood for Kids gene test. We are trying to develop this specific strategy not only for adults but also for kids, because the knowledge is absolutely transversal, and you only what to need is to focus in the problem and try to convert. So for us, it was a great opportunity, and in this 1 year and a half, we developed this. We were able to develop these 2 products that they are going to run. We hope in a short time.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Candela?
It was a similar effect. We were only 5 months old when the pandemic arrived, and it pushed us further, because before, if you wanted to sell a software, to an infrastructure manager, you have to go there and sit in the office. And suddenly, you couldn't go there, and everyone was open to have an online meeting, and at the end, they are okay with online buying. So via Zoom, we started to have meetings with all of infrastructure key players, and we were able to have meetings and talks and knew a lot about them just from home, let's say. So it helps the entire infrastructure sector into the digitalization, and it has helped us as well.
And in your case, Raul, I think it's kind of obvious, right? You were part of the Pensel Virus hackathon, but how was it? How coronavirus affected you, and maybe also in your personal, like our professional career, right? Because you started this project because of the coronavirus.
Yes, that's right. We born thanks to the pandemic, so thank you, coronavirus. We found a world confined in those weeks, and we need to give them some solution we find here in our project. And the pandemic feelings of the war help us to go to the next steps in this project. So the pandemic really inspired us, the situation worldwide inspired us to give this project our help.
Okay, and just maybe we can talk a bit more about the investment side. Antonio already told us about their investment strategy and how they face this challenge. But in your case, Candela, I think the ESA big program helped you specifically. How could you tell us specifically how it helped you, this program and the coronavirus crisis, to face these investment rounds, and how you helped you or not?
Yeah, so we were lucky enough, so we did not look for investments, and we don't need it at the moment. So it's true that thanks to the financial support of ISABIC and Fundación Madrid+D, and because we work with data from the European Space Agency, so there is a big push from the European Commission in order to bring value to this satellite data that is already acquired. So there is a lot of funding and challenges that help all small companies to develop new products and services. So thanks to all this economic support from the European Space Agency and European Commission and ISABIC, we haven't been in need for inversion.
No. And well, Raul, in your case, a bit of the same. No, how you facing these investment rounds? How the program, the hackathon, helped you in this financing focus?
The program started financing us to the first legal needs and become an enterprise and a startup. Now we are going to start a financial round in next months, as I told before. And Madrid+D help us in face this round with learning how we can pitch with the investors and those things. So it helped us so much.
Okay, great. I think we are running out of time almost. I think it's obvious, at least from my side, I didn't know that much about these different programs that the community of Madrid is organizing, that how these different programs help you, to develop your idea, put you in the market, find the right investors and the right customers. So I will just say, congratulations for all your work. I think you go so far already. You went so far, and well, I think you are exciting horizon in the next years, right? So thank you very much, and yeah, congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, I wait. I can talk at the same time. Hola, bienvenidos, welcome back. Wasn't that fantastic? Rising Startups in the Community of Madrid program. There's so much good work happening here in Madrid, so much energy. As somebody who visits Madrid with great affection, I worked in companies here, and it's always so great to see the innovation, the entrepreneurial spirit, and the incredible companies that come out of Madrid. And now we are going to move on to a very important part of the Madrid Startup Region program that we've got lined up for you here today at La Nave in Madrid itself, of course. We are now opening the 4th International Startup Mentoring Meeting. And the Startup Mentoring Meeting is a place where mentors and business mentors meet every year to exchange experiences on mentoring for startups. So the last one was actually 2 years ago and took place at the wonderful South Summit, of course. And we're going to have 3 meetings today. We're going to discuss trends and best practices of mentoring for startups. We're going to look at some mentoring success stories, and we're going to also look at international mentoring and innovation networks. 3 very important topics. Now, I'm very honored that we are going to have a welcome remarks, opening remarks from Ana Cremades, who is the General Director of Research and Technological Innovation de la Comunidad de la Madrid. Then we're going to hand over to 2 friends who you've met already, Eduardo Diaz and Miguel Carretero from Madrid Más D, and they're going to present the results of the network of mentors in the last year. And then they're going to give way to a table, trends and good practices of mentoring for startups, in which excellent mentors are going to talk about best practices. So, in the next table, we're going to meet mentors, entrepreneurs, mentoring networks, and we're going to look at the International Startup Mentoring Meetings. But first, it is a great honor to welcome to this stage the General Director of Research and Technological Innovation at de la Comunidad de Madrid. Disculpe. Please welcome to the stage Ana Cremades. Thank you.
No tenemos pasador, tenemos que subir ya.
Bienvenidos,
Vale.
Ana.
¿Cómo
Gracias.
Va? ¿Cómo va? Toma, Eduardo.
Hola, hola. Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for your kind introduction. First, let me thank the organizers. As you know, the Foundation Madrid Más D is organizing this meeting, and I'm very pleased to be here with you in the opening on behalf of the regional government of Madrid. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to Madrid, and I appreciate also the effort of the South Summit, organizing with Maria Benjumea as her chairperson this kind of initiatives that bring together in Madrid, in our region, all the most relevant agents of the innovation. It's a very good initiative, and I hope that you enjoy it. The Madrid Más D Foundation promotes the cooperation between university, science, and also industry, and contributes to the development of an innovative, knowledge-based, efficient regional ecosystem, in which the startups are one of the main focus. The regional government of Madrid is also working to create the Madrid Startup Region program. As a friendly region, Madrid wants to open all the possibilities to the newcomers to have your business ideas to be developed here in Madrid, to have Madrid as your preferential location in a strong innovation region in Europe. In science, we understand quite well the value of cooperation and collaboration, and the innovation world is seeking for alliances and partnerships too. Taking the initiative to create a startup is not easy. Many doubts, many insecurities appear all over your way, and you are trying to develop your ideas into new products and services to go to the market, and sometimes it could be a very lonely way. So therefore, there is a significant need of mentoring to guarantee the highest probabilities of success and consolidation of the startups. The mentoring initiative should be, at best, a formal one, structured into a program with regular meetings with a relevant experienced mentor. The mentor is the person in which you can rely on a long run to guide you through the experience, sharing their own. So I think that today you will be able to pick up some mentoring advice through different sessions of the meeting on good practices, on success stories, and mentoring networks. I hope that the program of this afternoon will engage new people to take the opportunity and the chance of creating your own startup, to seek for mentoring help if you already have one, or to be a mentor if you want to share your experience with the newcomers. I wish you all a nice and fruitful workshop. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Ana Cremades, a General Director of Research and Technological Innovation de la Comunidad de Madrid. A great honor to have Ana come and join us today to open the 6th International Startup Mentoring Meeting. Some great advice there. It's very much about coming together, sharing knowledge, sharing expertise and experience, and also building the network, helping each other out. This is how it works, and this is the magic that happens here in Madrid. Okay, speaking of which, if you want to improve something, if you want to know how it's going, you need to know the data that's under the hood. And we're going to now see some results presented by two very brilliant individuals who know all about the data behind the whole startup ecosystem. Please welcome to the stage the head of the unit at Madrid Masday, Eduardo Diaz. Welcome back to the stage, Eduardo. Gracias. And joining Eduardo, gracias amigo, and joining Eduardo on stage is the Mentoring Network Manager again at Madrid Masday. Please welcome to the stage Miguel Carretero. Thank you.
Hello.
Gentlemen, the stage is yours. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you
very much. Well, first of all, I would like to thank Ana Cremades for her words, her support that we receive at the International Network of Business Mentors from the regional government of Madrid. They support us constantly, and they are aware of the importance of this network and of the prestige that it is growingly having. So thank you very much to Comunidad de Madrid, and of course thank you to all of you, all the mentors here in the room, and all the mentors that are connected online, that we know that they are a lot of mentors, of business mentors joining us. They won't be with us for have a short lunch or having something, but I want also to thank you, and all of you are welcome with us today. We are going to present Miguel and me. Sorry, Miguel is the manager of the Madrid branch of the Business Mentor Network. It's the Madrid Mentoring Network. He is managing all the relationships here in Madrid, and we together are going to present the result very shortly, I think in 5 minutes, 4 minutes?
A bit less, yes.
Just a bit less. The results of both networks, the global one and the Madrid one, in the next minutes. So just very shortly, let's start. The Business Mentor, as you know, is now an international reference program in mentoring for entrepreneurs. We have lots of questions and people willing to join us. We have also limited resources. We cannot attend everything, but it's very, very well recognized. And at this moment, we have more than 400 certified business mentors, 75 of them in 2020. As you know, the groups that you have attended are very small. We are always keeping quality as the first thing that we want to have in this network. And we are now in 33 countries in Europe. And now this certification running now, we have one person from China. We have several from Africa, also from other countries of Asia. So it's also growing not only in Europe and Latin America. And at this moment, we have organized 31 calls for certification. This year, we will organize 10, so it's more or less one calls per month. So it's really very good news that it's growing. The online modality has also been helped us to go ahead. And as you know, these are the goals of the certification. I'm not going to go, but this is what differentiates us from other networks of mentors and what makes us a very well and recognized network in the world. I think the possibility to validate knowledge and skills, this training model, and also to be a quality certification keeping all the quality standards, and facilitating after that. As you know, we organize some seminars. Some of the speakers are here today and have organized some webinars, some meetings, in some cases physical meetings, not now, and it's also part of our mission. And just to finish my presentation, I wanted to show you this map, where we are now. It will be growing. Now, at the bottom of this slide, you have the organizations that have joined us, or with which we have collaborated in the last 2 years, in the last 24 months. They are networks, European networks, networks from Latin America, like CELIEM, like CIDERE, BioBio, from the BioBio region, like also the universities, and Perio, also from Argentina, and we have also European networks like Go to Space Hubs or ATSA, universities from Latin America like the Pontificia Universidad de Chile, Rey Juan Carlos, and CEU in Madrid, and from Spain, the national network of BICS, of CEIS, ANCES is the national network, the most prestigious network of incubators of innovative startups, and also the EBN network and ISABIC networks that are supporting us. So thank you very much to all of you, and I give the floor to Miguel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eduardo. Hi, everyone. As Eduardo has introduced me, I'm the Madrid Mentoring Network Manager. So I'll try to show you in a few points. One moment. I've seen that this is not the final presentation. Well, one moment.
Clicker?
Yes.
Un nuevo clicker?
Yes, I need to go to the beginning of the, okay, one moment. No.
Technology, batteries run out, it does happen, and we do have to improvise. So what I would say is, have a think.
Yes, well, it doesn't matter. We can talk about the results of the last year of the network between the startups and the mentoring network, Madrid Más D. The numbers are more or less that we have supported we have analyzed more than 50 projects during the last year. Okay, as you know, we prepare or we create different matchings events just to introduce the startups with the mentors. So we have to do the job of analyze these projects and to filter the project just to give the more important projects to the network, okay, to the mentors. Don't worry, it doesn't matter. After that, we have managed, we have talked with more than 40 projects, just to talk with the partners, with the different founders of the company. And finally, we start to support the different projects. We have more than 15 projects that we create. In fact, 18 companies have the opportunity to present their project to the network, okay? And nowadays, we have more than 10 projects that we launch and we start the kickoff meeting, and nowadays are working in the mentoring process with the network, okay, with the different mentors that we have assigned. I don't have the slide with the pictures, but this year we have introduced in the network 17 new mentors, okay, that they all will help to the new project or to their needs. And also, I will show you the different logos from the different companies that we are supporting, okay? Well, just maybe I can put the last slide with our contact detail in order if you want to contact us, if you are a mentor interested, or if you are a startup from the community of Madrid and you enjoy it and you have some needs for mentoring, don't doubt about contact us. Okay, so maybe just 3 minutes, and I think that we need to introduce, well, thank you for this part. Thank you, Eduardo. Okay, I continue in the stage because I need to start the first panel, as you know. We are going, okay, sorry, I will do your job.
Oh, good. I just thought we should just show our appreciation there for that fantastic presentation. And thank you so much for bearing with the technical difficulties. It does happen sometimes. So as you mentioned there, we're going to actually hand over. Miguel is not leaving the stage. We have him here. We're going to stick him to the stage for a while to run all these great mentoring meetups. And we're going to now welcome to the stage two very special guests. And Miguel is going to discuss trends and good practices of mentoring for startups. It's so important. So, ladies and gents, right here, right now, in La Nave in Madrid, please welcome to the stage the Mentoring Network Manager at Madrid Más D, Mauro Villanueva. Welcome to the stage, Mauro. Gracias. Perfecto. Nice. Okay, we got a good representation from Madrid Más D right here. And I believe joining us possibly by joining us right here is in the flesh. We have another Mentoring Network Manager at Madrid Más D. Please welcome to the stage, Jose Luis Sastre. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, the stage is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. So as I will tell you, we have the opportunity to hear about two recognized mentors of our network, Mauro Villanueva and Jose Luis Sastre, and today they talk about the new trends and the good practices in the mentoring activities for startups, okay? So maybe, Mauro, you can start telling us or telling to the attendees what are these new trends or what experience do you have in this sense?
Okay, I'm going, well, first of all, thank you very much for the organization, for inviting me to come over here, and it's a pleasure to be with you. Okay, I'm going to start with a very simple thing. Somebody might think it might be very, very basic, but which is the magic word. Okay, for me, the magic word is not technology, the magic word is application, okay? So when any startup comes up with a proposal, with an idea, whatever, so we can start doing the mentoring work and so on, it is good that they already come not only with the technology or a product, but with an application, which might not be the final application, okay? We might change that with time, but please, this homework should be done previously. This is especially important for startups coming from the scientific research and university areas. Okay?
Okay, so good afternoon, and first, thank you, Madrid Más D, Fundación Madrid Más D, for inviting me to this roundtable to share my experience. Okay, one of the trends that we are seeing and we are applying is using agile methodologies to follow the mentoring sessions. So the agile methodology allows us to have more periodic meetings with more clear objectives and having the mentees to compromise to obtain these objectives phase by phase.
Yes, another thing I would add is that a trend which is very important, it is to, at the very early stages of the project, to incorporate technology or market watch practices. Okay, one must know what's out there, what technologies are out there, which competitors are out there, because sometimes we found that people coming up with ideas that has already been invented and is already in the market, okay? And then after that, after having that, also the intellectual property rights, okay, the IPRs, must be considered also at the previous, very early stage. One must know what not to publish, what to patent, what to keep as an industrial secret according to the Spanish legislation, so to have a patenting strategy as well.
Okay, So building on that and moving from the scientific competitive analysis, what we are doing too is today the market is global, so there are not that many new ideas. So when you are starting something, why don't you research besides the IP research, the business model research? Probably what you are trying to develop has already been developed in some other countries, so you can have some learn from their experience, and of course modifying that to the Spanish market, but it will allow you to start not from scratch, but with some more ideas.
Okay, and what good practices do you think that are really useful for this collaboration between startups and the different mentors? And also, have you applied some good practice in your process?
Yes, I mean, for me, one good practice is about the team, building the team. I mean, a startup is not one person issue, it is a team issue. If you don't have people covering different functionalities, if you don't have people cover diverse people in gender and in different cultures, then you are missing a lot. And knowing that most of the startups are going to start more or less globally. You will start in one country, but sooner or later you will be moving. So first, it's better to start from the beginning, taking into consideration in your team these issues, and it will allow you to escalate much faster.
Okay, for me, one good practice is to have a mentor team that at least has 2 members and with a high level of complementarity and complicity. Okay, this is very important to guide the project and the mentoring activity. Also, I think that the ideal kind of team should be hybrid. So it should be composed by a former entrepreneur and a former corporate executive, because they bring the view of the 2 worlds, okay, and then I think that is the best possible option, but sometimes it's not available, obviously.
Yes, sure. And how is the relationship between the mentors when you say that you prefer to have the different mentors in the same team? Sometimes, do you think that it's useful, or sometimes do you have some problems because maybe the one mentor is working in a high speed and the other one in a low speed?
I think building on the previous point is if you have a team, I mean, it is the same for the mentors. Every mentor can bring their experience, and it will make the idea and the process better. Yeah, so I think it is good to have several in the same way, not only functional with different knowledge, but in gender, in culture, etc. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I've never had problems with co-mentors in all of the projects I have participated in. At the end of the day, we are professionals. We have a very rational approach to the job that we are doing from a professional standpoint, and we must have side conversations and come to this. I would like to make an additional point that talking about rationality, the mentee must always be aware of the ego implications of this business, okay? The startup is his or her baby, okay? It's the creature, it's its creature, and therefore there is a strong emotional relationship with the idea, okay? So the mentors must work to try to compensate and to balance the rational of the mentee, the rational part, the rational approach with the emotional approach.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to finish, because I think that we are out of time, I'm so sorry, we're short. Just one advice that you could give to some startups that want to receive some mentoring for your part, what would be the main point, the main advice?
The startups are always thinking about money. I think they shouldn't be thinking about money. I mean, the Central Bank of Europe, the Federal Reserve, they are putting a lot of money, there are a lot of money. They should be concentrating in how they are selling their idea. At the end, they are selling their idea. If they have a good communication, they will get the money. The money is there, so they shouldn't be concentrated on that. They should be concentrated in how to convince the other side that they are the right person, the right thing.
Thank you. Thank you. In your side, Mauro?
Yeah, I will finish picking up my colleague's idea. I think that the adequate composition of the team is crucial. It must be balanced in egos, balanced in competences, and then the mentors can really do our job in the best possible way. When there is one figure missing, and normally if it's coming from the scientific and university world, it's the business developer, the business tractor, the person that is going to pull the rest of the team, not to push, but to pull, okay? This is important. Then if we don't have that person, then we have a problem.
Okay. Good.
Okay, so thank you for sharing with us your knowledge. Okay, a big applause, please, for Mauro, José Luis.
Thank you.
Gracias. Gracias. Great advice. And Miguel, we need you right here. Fantastic. Wise words there from Mauro. The magic word is application. And as Jose Luis said, the magic ingredient is the right people. And that's exactly what we have here. Okay, we're going to move on from trends and best practice to mentoring success stories. And again, our moderator is Miguel Carretero, Madrid +D Mentoring Network Manager, who you all know already. And it's a great pleasure to welcome our first VIP speaker to the stage. He's a gentleman who says, "Show me the money," and you're going to see why. Please welcome the co-founder and CEO of B5 Tech, the one and only Enrique Serrano. Gracias. Enrique, bienvenidos. Welcome, man. Great to have you here. Okay, and our next speaker is the Country Managing Director, Iberia at Eaton. Please welcome to the stage, Marcos Fabregas. Thank you. Welcome, Marcos. Bienvenidos. And then joining us by the magic of streaming technology, we're delighted to have the co-founder and CEO of a brilliant company, Medixon. Please welcome to the stage, Eduardo Jorgensen. Welcome, Eduardo. Gentlemen, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. In this panel, we are going to hear about different success stories. Okay, first of all, we talk about B5 Tech. It's a company who is managing Enrique Serrano. And Enrique or B5 Tech is one company that they enter or they participate in our network, okay, in our mentoring network. And Marcos is one of the mentors who form part of our network. So today I would like to hear about the success story. Maybe Enrique, you can start talking a bit about your company, what are you doing, okay?
Okay, I think we are out of time. We are hungry, so I have to be quickly. We are a really young company, like me, obviously. We are, obviously I'm joking, we are focused on deep technology. So it's quite important to understand this issue for us, because we are working with organic chemistry for batteries, for fuel cells, for supercapacitors, everything related with storage of energy. So our team is young people working with high-level technology, so we don't have enough knowledge, experience, skills regarding products, market, business, and obviously it's really common that a startup is a small company, only a few people, 10 people, 15 people, so it's quite difficult. Also, you don't have money to pay a really good managing director or whatever. So the possibility to have mentors like Marcos, that they have an amazing experience, because experience is money. Experience, time is money, experience is money. Is quite important for the future of company like is our case.
True, completely agree.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Marcos, why do you choose this project, or what do you think that you could give to the project? What could? Okay.
Well, I think I could
we had a meeting, and Enrique explained to us what are their needs. So one thing that is very important is that they have a clarity, as he was explaining, on what are the needs or the support that they need. And I understood at that time that my experience in strategy and commercial and business development, based on my experience in multinational companies, also I had been working in management consulting, could be useful for them to give them some guidance, some structure, because B5 Tech has very good, or had at that time, very good initiatives, very interesting ideas, some product already in development, and what they really needed was some guidance, some structure, some clarity on where to prioritize these opportunities or these initiatives. So I think I could. We were a team, of course, of mentors, not only my contribution. And what we have tried in these months of working together is to focus on this planning, this prioritization, understanding where they should focus and where they should really put their priorities in place.
Okay, Enrique, and what about the experience of the mentoring process? I think that you were in this process around half a year, more or less, with several mentors. Marcos obviously was in the project.
For us, is a successful story, because our idea is to extend this collaboration. So it's a real issue that one problem for us is too short, because maybe a few months, 6 months, maybe for this, for example, one of the main issues for us for start to work from put a really amazing technology, but go to products. Products is quite different that people are thinking in technology, but we need real products. So spend only a few months maybe is not efficient. After I don't know how many months, but Marcos has experience. He knows the technology. He knows everything. Also, the team. Now we are in the best moment. Yes. So, extend the collaboration is, in our opinion, is a really good point.
Okay, yes, I suppose that obviously the main point is that the startup has defined their main needs of mentoring, okay? But maybe, Marcos, on your side, I suppose that there are startups that maybe has defined these mentoring needs, but after that, when you start to work with the founders or the people from the startup, maybe they are not so motivated, maybe the relationship is not so good. Like, for example, in this case, I don't know if you have some experience in previous cases that maybe you have a mentor with another project, but finally it doesn't work fine because the founders or the people from the company was not really involved in the process.
You're right. I mean, one key success factor is the motivation of the team, that they understand what we can provide to them, what is the value that we can provide to them, and of course that we will be we will ask some tough questions, no? Because again, these startups like B5 Tech have very good initiatives, very good ideas, but you need to bring some structure. You need to really deep into data, no? One of the things that we work very much is how to really estimate what is the potential of all these initiatives, no, in the market, and what is the proposition for the customers. And there you have to really work in depth with the team, no? And from another point of view, because as Enrique was explaining, the team in the company is mainly technical team, focused on the product development, but you have to bring this business perspective and really work on the data, on the market, on understanding what is the customer needing. So it's, you need this motivation and also this teamwork, no? This understanding that you really need to work from a different perspective.
Okay. Usually it's not easy for really technical people. Usually it's not easy to understand the business, the market, the customer requirements. Yeah. It's not easy.
Okay, and on your side, you say that you want to, or you have extended the collaboration with some of the mentors of the projects. That's because you still have some mentoring needs. And what is the situation of your company at the moment, and what do you expect in the few years?
Okay, we are really happy because after the mentoring, after the other initiatives, we are now really focused on one of our technology and only one product. So we expect that to raise enough financial resource to start the industrialization of this project, and after that, the project that we are really happy now because it's a real project. Is the supercapacitor. Supercapacitor is a special technology for electricity, for electrical storage. And after that, because it's quite important because the markets are quite different. Maybe the technology, the core of the technology is the same, but the application, the market, the final customer are quite different. So for the battery and the fuel cells, after that, we start to think the next step.
Okay, perfect. So we have just 30 seconds because we have Eduardo on the other side, and I would like to hear just one sentence, the same that the last panel, about your case, your experience. What do you summarize, or what is the advice that you could give to another companies?
Oh, only one sentence. I think it's necessary, okay. Especially for when you have in the team people that they only understand, math, physics, chemistry, and whatever. So it's necessary, it's the dark side of the life, okay, but it's necessary.
Okay, and on your side, Marco?
Maybe coming back to your point, it's very critical that at the management level of the company there is a clear engagement, and a clear alignment on what we need to achieve and what needs to be done. That's very important.
Okay, so thank you so much. We move to Eduardo. I look on the screen. Eduardo, maybe you can, Eduardo is the CEO and co-founder from Medixen, and more or less the same. You have heard the questions that I said to Enrique and Marcos, and we would like to know a bit more about your company. What are you doing in this moment, and what were the needs because you entered in the mentoring network, okay?
Thank you for having us here. In Medixen, we're building a non-invasive artificial pancreas for diabetes. And the main reason is that I'm a medical doctor, and I was in a consult when a young patient with diabetes said that she didn't want to keep using insulin anymore. And we were shocked, so we invented a small device in the shape of a patch that can deliver drugs through the skin with ultrasound instead of needles, so it's not painful. And the company was founded by 2 telecom engineers and 2 medical doctors, so I also get those business external needs because you have a very technical team that founded the company.
Okay, perfect. And what about your experience in the mentoring process? How many mentors collaborate with you during the process, and how many months do you were in the process?
Well, for us, it has been more like an ongoing process and relation with Madrid Masde. We've received a lot of support from you. I remember the initial steps back in 2017 when we started with the mentoring network. We were really focused on creating technology, not that much on selling it. And I remember that we even didn't understand why people wouldn't buy our tech. Or our idea, or give us funding. Like, dude, this is something that the world needs. What happens? And it was partially thanks to the Madrid Masde mentoring network that we started to understand how we had to share our vision with the world in order to be able to get funding, attract private funding, because for us it was not like how to sell, because we didn't have anything to sell, and we still don't. We're still in R&D phase. So it was more like how to build a corporate structure that would attract opportunities. And it was really interesting to go through all that process. More than more than a process is the people that you get from there. I think you have very good professionals in that network, and there is always someone that if you match it on a personal level, will be able to help you.
Yes, sure. I think that that's the key. The most important is the people. For this reason, I think that in this network there is an important filter just to have the best mentors and obviously to help in the best way to the startups from the community of Madrid. Okay. And what is your situation at this moment? What is how is working the company? What do you expect for the next year?
So we're in a really interesting moment. We were able to raise some funding over the last 12 months. Last year we ended up as the most innovative company in South Summit. So that was kind of a push. And in the tech part, which is the really important one, we're right now focused on finishing all the preclinical evidence prior to jumping into human trials, which, if everything goes according to plan, we'll start next year. And our goal is still the same, put the device in the market in 2023.
Okay, thank you. And just to finish the same, what is your advice about this process? Or what advice could you give to some startups that are heading us?
Well, mine might come as a cliche. I was lucky I had time to think while the others were talking. It might come as a cliche, but I think it's really important. And for entrepreneurs, most of the times we leave it on a side. And I think that it's equally important to get mentoring support for your company than to get it to work on yourself. Because most of the time, the entrepreneur is the most forgotten part of that company. And I'm not saying like a one solo founder, but the whole team that needs to kick it up, be pushing, perseverant. You can only do that if you're aligned with your goals, and you can only be aligned if you know them. So it's important to work on oneself. I would say that one, and if I can say the second one, balance short and long term, and that requires training.
Okay, Eduardo, so thank you so much for your aportation too, maybe from your lovely island. We don't have here you, but we know that you are in a really good weather. So thank you, Eduardo. Thank you, Marcos, Enrique, too, for your cooperation in this panel. We are so happy to hear about you and your experience, and we hope that you still grow your companies in the future. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful stuff. And you don't get to leave the stage just yet. We need you for one more. Yeah. You're doing such great work. Thank you so much. Can we please have a round of applause for Miguel there? He's moderating everything. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and this next session is perhaps the greatest challenge to a moderator, because, you know, normally you're sitting on stage, you have people beside you, you can have some eye contact and do all that kind of stuff. Now we've set Miguel a bit of a challenge. He's going to moderate a panel with 4 guests, and none of them are here. None of them are in the building. They're all joining remotely. So this is a challenge for Miguel. It's a challenge for our technical team. But I'm going to introduce them, and it's going to go swimmingly well. It's a really fascinating session. It's all about international mentoring and innovation networks. And, you know, of course, because it's international, we're beaming people in from all over the world. It's very exciting. A bit like the Eurovision. I love it. Okay, so you all know our moderator, who is Miguel Carretero, who is the Mentoring Network Manager from Madrid, and we are going to introduce his 4 VIP guests from all over the world. So, first joining us is responsible for ADSA European Network. Please welcome to our virtual stage, Ana Suarez. Welcome, Ana. There we are. Wonderful. Oh, we see all the speakers already. Great, great, great. Okay, I'm just going to rush through all of their names and give them all a big round of applause. Next, we have the Director and Consortium Leader at the European at the Enterprise Europe Network, or EEN, Lutgard Spapen. Then we have from SAI's Mentoring Network, Ignacio Rodriguez. And finally, we have the Executive Director from Latin CDM Network, Luis Alvarez. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming all of our fantastic guests to the stage. And I will hand over to our wonderful moderator for this awesome session. Thank you.
Thank you. Could it be possible to have the image on this screen, or okay, one to one, it doesn't matter.
Or maybe you have to look there.
It's not necessary the chair. Okay.
Yeah, however you're comfortable is good.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so as he told, we are going to hear about their experience, this international network, mentoring network. Okay, so first of all, I would like to hear about Anna. Maybe just every one of you have 1 minute just introduction about what are you doing. Okay, what are you doing in your mentoring network. Okay, and after that we know a bit more.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to the. I'm really sorry I cannot be time limit. So thank you very much. Actually, I do Operation Center is a network that we created within a project, a European project that we are developing, and is a network of formed by mentors from all the Atlantic area.
Yes, maybe we have some problems with the.
But anyway, is a
VIP,
network.
if you could possibly, when you're not speaking, if you could mute your microphone, that'd be great. Just because we're getting a bit of background noise. If you're not speaking, just mute your microphone. But do remember to unmute it when you come back. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. So yeah, as I was saying, is a network formed by professionals from the Atlantic area, and is formed by professionals from incubators, from innovation and entrepreneurship agencies. Yeah, we've been working with this network for four or 5 years, mentoring specifically digital startups and helping them, supporting them to go international. So we've been doing a little bit of work there on that front.
Okay, thank you so much. So next, Spipem, maybe we will love to know about you. What are you doing in your network? We can hear you, please unmute. Okay.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, now yes. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I am part of the Enterprise Europe network in Belgium, but we have also colleagues in Madrid, like Madrimas colleagues. And we are a business and innovation support network across the whole of Europe, with also some correspondence centers outside Europe in the other continents. And one part of our job is coaching and mentoring the scale-ups, for example, in their access to market and also in getting funds from the European Union.
Okay, thank you so much. Ignacio, maybe could you tell us what are you doing in your mentoring network?
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, although I have to be here in Santander, not there in Madrid. Sorry for that. Well, TISA is an international entrepreneurship center who promotes the talent in people, and one of our programs is the TISA Mentoring Network. We support entrepreneurs and small medium enterprises with mentors. The point of our mentors, the mentors belongs from different parts of Spain, but our entrepreneurs are from our region, from Cantabria. And the point is the different. I think is that we train these mentors and we select the mentors. So we give them tools in order to have successful relationships in mentoring. So we have around 120 mentors right now. We launched the program in 2019, and we have supported around 50 entrepreneurs and small medium enterprises.
Okay, thank you so much. And finally, Luis, who is joining from Costa Rica. So thank you for your report at this time. Maybe you can explain about, a bit about your network too. What are you doing there?
Gracias, Miguel. Y bueno, voy a hacer mi presentación en español. Desde Costa Rica, un gusto saludar este evento y sin duda agradecido con Madrid +D por la oportunidad de compartir el proceso que hemos venido haciendo en América Latina y particularmente en la región centroamericana. En el caso del Centro Latinoamericano de Innovación y Emprendimiento, hemos venido articulando una red de mentores que pueda facilitar los procesos de crecimiento de las micro, pequeñas y medianas empresas con las cuales trabajamos. Tenemos un enfoque particularmente de acompañamiento a micro, pequeñas y medianas empresas con las cuales buscamos favorecer su proceso de escalabilidad, reduciendo las brechas que existen actualmente en la productividad de las micro, pequeñas y medianas empresas, no tanto en lo que son emprendimientos nacientes o de alto impacto, sino particularmente empresas ya existentes y particularmente micro y pequeñas que necesitamos que sigan creciendo en nuestros ecosistemas. Y es ahí precisamente donde hemos venido articulando la participación de una serie de mentores especializados en diferentes áreas que a través del proceso de certificación con Madrid+D hemos ido fortaleciendo en su acción para que puedan tener una mejor participación y una mejor competitividad en los ecosistemas de nuestra región.
Okay, thank you, Luis. So now I would like to know a bit more about you from your experience. What are, in your opinion, the most important aspect or the most important point of mentoring? Anna, for instance, you could start.
Yes, I'll start myself then. Basically, I think sometimes, or most of the times, is guidance, the orientation. Sometimes startups come with lots of ideas mixed up, and they want to do everything at the same time. So having someone to orientate, to guide, to see what is important, so they can keep doing what their business is, and focus on what is important. I think that's what they appreciate from a mentor. Basically, I believe that orientation, the experience, the possibility to contact expertise or experts or have contacts where they would not be able to, or those that they would not be able to access easily on their own. I think that's also something they appreciate. And somehow it's just have someone to rely on the way. Someone that they can trust and provide guidance on the path of growing that startup.
Okay, thank you. Pepe, what is the most important point or the most important part of mentoring?
That trust is the main factor, and I think we should listen first very well to our clients and to our mentees and see what really what the problems are that they have, and then try to put more order in their ideas, to give a certain structure, because very often, as the previous speakers also said, the mentees are with a lot of ideas, but they are a bit confused. And then also, once you have established the trust, it's very important to challenge our mentees and to keep them awake and to motivate them to go on with the engagement that they have been taking to set up a business.
Yes, I completely agree with this part. So Nacho, what do you think in your experience is the most important? Maybe it's a bit difficult because Anna and Pepe maybe have said the most important points, but could you try?
No, I would say that this the most important aspect is that it's a win-win relationship. I mean, it's not only the mentee who wins in this relation, but also the mentor. And I would introduce a new point of view that the mentor, as some of them have told me, and the mentors get a different point of view from their mentee, and they earned a lot, and they enrich the relation between them. For the mentor, is very important the point of view, the new point of view of their mentee, and that's something that the mentor gets from the relationship. And of course, the mentee gets a lot of. He accelerates his business model, of course, his startup or even his small or medium enterprise, but also the mentee also develop himself thanks to the experience from the mentor. Just to conclude, this is just a win-win relationship, and that's the best part of a mentoring. And I agree with that. With the trust, it must be a trusty atmosphere, because if not, the relationship is not good at all.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Luis, what is your opinion on this issue?
Igual que lo ha mencionado, muy importante en el proceso del mentoring es precisamente el poder compartir esas experiencias que puedan reducir las curvas de aprendizaje que están teniendo las micro y pequeñas empresas en su proceso productivo. Hay particularmente tres cosas que me parece que son fundamentales mencionar. El primero de ellos es la oportunidad que abre la mentoría con el proceso de vinculación en cadenas de valor o con relación con nuevas empresas en las cuales pueden potenciar su encadenamiento y con ello abrir nuevos mercados. El otro elemento es el favorecer la visión sobre la cual esa microempresa, que muchas veces son empresas que nacen desde una perspectiva familiar, pueden tener una visión de mundo mucho más amplia y pueden potenciar la innovación en nuevos productos o nuevos servicios. Y el tercer elemento que me parece que es fundamental es, sobre todo en la coyuntura en la que hemos vivido en los últimos meses y particularmente en el último año, que tiene que ver con todo el tema de la aceleración hacia el tema de las estrategias comerciales vinculadas a la digitalización, la oportunidad de vincular a mentorías que están especializadas en esas áreas son fundamentales para poder potenciar esas estrategias que muchas veces las micro, pequeñas y medianas empresas no están tan relacionadas en el mundo digital, y eso poder potenciarlo para acercarlos hacia nuevos mercados y sobre todo en algunos casos para poder favorecer también la permanencia en el mercado. Hemos visto la cantidad de empresas que han cerrado en el último año y esto ha favorecido o ha contribuido a que muchas de ellas puedan replantear su modelo de negocio y puedan permanecer en el mercado ante la coyuntura que tenemos.
Okay, thank you, Luis. We have just less than 2 minutes. So I would like to know, maybe in 30 seconds per each one, what is your opinion about an international certification? Anna?
Yes, in my opinion, and we had the experience to have an international certification because we were certified by Madrid Masde Business Mentor Network. So it's a matter of getting everybody working at the same pace, with the same tools and the same methodology. And also having international mentors opens markets, opens contacts, opens different types of expertise, which in our case we have experienced, and we think is very it adds a lot of value to the mentees.
Okay, thank you. Sperpen, what is your opinion on the site?
Yeah, I agree with Anna. Our world is becoming more and more international, and if our innovative scale-ups want to work in an international world, their mentors should also be international. The exchange between mentors from different countries is also a plus, both for us ourselves, but also for the companies that we are guiding. And I think setting a common standard with a certification is a good starting base, because then you can create a kind of trust base, a kind of cocooning place where we all do the same things with our companies.
Okay. Nacho, what is your opinion?
Yes, I agree with my colleagues 100% what they have said. We need an international certification. There are some. I know there are some, but I think that we need to have a common framework, an international one, at least in a European one, at least. But if it could be international, like others certification, like in project management and things like that. So I think that we need a common framework, as my colleagues have said too.
Okay, perfect. And finally, Luis, what do you think about the international certification?
Al igual que lo mencionaba Ana, la oportunidad de esa vinculación y de esos nuevos mercados, de esa innovación, es uno de los elementos fundamentales en la certificación internacional de mentores. Pero me parece que también en la región latinoamericana un elemento fundamental ha sido el poder distinguir entre lo que es el proceso de mentoría, lo que es el proceso de coach y lo que es el proceso de asesoría. O sea, me parece que eso es un elemento fundamental, porque normalmente confundimos los roles en cada uno de esos elementos, y la certificación internacional nos permite acercar y clarificar ese papel que juega el mentor para realmente poder hacer las preguntas indicadas a los que estamos haciendo el proceso de mentoring y poder potenciar con mejor forma esa participación que tienen los nuevos emprendimientos en el mercado y los emprendimientos en general.
Okay, so time is ended. So thank you to all the speakers for your information. I think that it has been a really short panel, but I think with an interesting content. So thank you also to all attendees. We hope that it was interesting, the 3 panels. And anything you need, you can find us in the Foundation Madrid Más D. Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful, and muchas gracias, our brilliant moderator, Miguel Carretero. Muchas gracias from Madrid Más D. A round of applause for Miguel, please. That was wonderful. Absolutely brilliant.
Thank you.
Yeah, great
Thank
stuff.
you.
It's so difficult to moderate when all the guests are virtual. That is really tough. He did a great job and our guests were fantastic. Okay, so wow, we've learned all about building this exciting Madrid startup region, and we are going to continue after lunch over on the playground stage. We're going to have the startup radar in some of the most exciting sectors you can imagine. We're going to have rock star guests, brilliant speakers, and I hope to see you there. In the meantime, buen provecho, and thank you for joining us.